Alright, looks like everything's up here. Both the streams are going. What the heck? Nobody found my body. Alright, well, let's go ahead. And I'm gonna need some berries or something real quick. I want to fix my stream information. I don't want to die. So I uploaded all of my creatures and stuff yesterday after I closed the stream out. I'm honestly really shocked that I didn't get murdered while I was sleeping last night. Let's go in. Let's do our thumbnail up again. Pretty much just going to be using the same thumbnail because I like kind of talking shit about the game that I'm going to be playing. So, yeah, that's all good. We're going to save that. Okay, everything should be good there. Let's get after it. What does the tribe log look like? Oh wow, nobody even blew up my little raft or anything. Honestly, I can't even believe that. That is super duper shocking. I've been playing a lot of ARK for a really long time. And that's just not one of those things that you really ever expect to see. If you're in a position where you have to log off and you don't really have a safe base location going on, the assumption just is that you're going to lose everything, and you just sort of have to make peace with that. And so I am really shocked. I mean, my base is just sitting out in the open. So, hey, what's up, Evil? How's it hanging? How's it hanging? Playing a little ARK today. Played a little ARK yesterday. Probably gonna play a lot of ARK. We hope anyway. Alright, let's get our RG out. And let's get our Anki out. We're gonna leave. What else do we have in here? We need this. We need this. We need this. We need this. And we need this. Alright, we're gonna get our RG and our Anki out. The RG saddle, Yankee saddle, it was good. How was your days? You know, I've been doing really good. It was nice to kind of take a little bit of a break and not be streaming for a little while. You know, I had 4 or 5 days off there. Which is really the only 4 or 5 days I've taken off since I started streaming about 5.5 months ago. So it was pretty nice to get a little time to just be a bum. We want to go ahead and kill the volumetric fog here. We want to kill the volumetric cloud. And we want to kill the shadow quality, because the shadows in this game are obnoxious. Oh, you still playing yourself some New World, or have you moved on to something else, or? I honestly, I can't even believe that my Parasaur is still over here. What in the holy hell? I am too shocked. I don't know who plays on this server, but they're super nice. Not killing me and stuff. So what I'm going to be doing here today is just getting myself into a better position, right? We need gunpowder, we need what else do we need? We need gunpowder, we need metal, we need to get a fabricator. We just need to kind of move ourselves forward. Actually, we probably don't even need a fabricator. Oh yeah, we do for a shotgun. But the big goal here is going to be get a really good stego. Try and get a really good stego saddle. And then get a really good shotgun and make an ass ton of shotgun bullets. And the reason that's important is with a shotgun and a really good stego, you can get a whole lot of boss fights done. Especially if you get some help from some other people. So that's kind of the bare minimum requirement. Okay, it's too late for me to be up. I just came to say hi. Hope to see you more. Hey, yeah, absolutely, Evil. You have yourself a good night. Thanks for stopping by and saying what's up. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that there seem to be so many people who watch my channel who want to come and say hi whenever they get an opportunity. That really just tickles me to death. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate that. I hope you have a good night. Sleep well. But that's really kind of the bare minimum, like I was saying, for getting people to help you do boss fights or buying boss fights, is if you can go ahead and get a good shotgun and plenty of shotgun shells and a stego, then you can get into pretty much any boss fight and protect yourself and help enough that people will be able to actually help you beat the bosses. If you don't go in with at least that bare minimum, then you put yourself in a potentially really bad position because, you know, you just might end up dead or something like that. And what you're paying for is the time investment, not the completion. So you're not really going to get another chance without paying again in a lot of cases, unless the people that you're buying the run from are just really, really generous. You're just going to kind of be in a screwed position where not only do you now not have your stuff, but you also don't have the boss fights done. Now you got to go back to farming all that stuff out again. The best thing that I'm probably going to be able to provide, and so what I'll probably be trying to do, is to go ahead and get some ARB cooking. If I can get, you know, some thousands of ARB, then hopefully that'll be good enough to buy me some runs. I don't know exactly how much it's going to cost to get the bosses done, but we'll see. At my peak, before before I stopped playing, when the game first launched, I was making about 40,000 ARB a day as a solo. I'm not going to be able to get back to that point. What is my RG doing? I'm not likely going to be able to get back to that point today. Let's get all that stuff out. Let's craft. I need another spyglass. There we go. Do I have everything I need? I need some stone. That. I need a pickaxe. So let's just put all this stuff back. Pickaxe. Oop. Looks like I'm going to need hide for the axe. I should have just made the axe. I have another pickaxe. I guess it's just called a pick. Yeah, I have another pick. I should have just made the axe. I'm an idiot. Oh well. What are you going to do, right? Okay, everything's pretty much put away. Let's craft up some trank arrows here. Do I have more narcotics in the cooker? Ooh, I got all kinds of more narcotics in the cooker. Let's put that over there. Alright, let's go to some more arrows here. Let's max that out. And let's see about getting ourselves a good metal run going on. Whoops. I didn't get nothing to eat. Throw up that weight there. We'll just bring this bad boy over. Now, so there is one problem. I put these creatures in upload super late in the day yesterday. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning when I put these creatures in upload. Which means that I can't put them in upload again until 2 o'clock. So this RG and this Anki are out now all day unless I get some cryopods. And so I might need to really consider that. You can't put cryos on platforms, so I don't even think they can go on the boats. I'm pretty sure that's not a possibility. So I probably need to find a more permanent sort of base location so that I can try and get one of those down, or maybe just put one on the beach and use it as much as I can. And then when somebody decides that they want to kill it, they can just kill it. And that won't really be an issue to me, because it's not going to be that important. Getting back and forth to this boat is kind of a bummer. It might have been better to try to be in a position where I could maybe make this stuff a little closer, right? Maybe if I made a little base over there with just a shiznit ton of forges, I could just smelt a whole bunch of metal over here. As few people as there seem to be on the server, and as much time as that would save me. I mean, we're looking at maybe a good 5 or 10 minutes per trip that it would save me going over here. Or more. I mean, these servers are pretty large. These maps are pretty large. And So getting around them can be quite a chore. So it may just end up being a good idea to maybe just build myself some forges over here. We're going to do one big run. First thing. Bring it all back to my regular base. Ooh, nice. I forget that until it fills up, it's actually just going to auto. That's something that's been added. Honestly, it might be because it'll auto attack, it might just be a good idea to, instead of worrying about the melee of this creature, to go ahead and just... Hang on. I want to take a peek at this Quetzal real quick. Level 40. That's the other option, is to make a Quetzal base, or at the very least a Quetzal smelting station. Might be an okay idea. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to get off of that. I just want to see here. Hey, we've already got 500 metal. Good deal. But it's fairly easy to create like a good smelting station on the back of a Quetzal with, you know, like 24 forges, and then I could move it. I don't know. This is where things start to get a little difficult. Because I now have to jump off every single time to attack with this Anki. It just kind of becomes this nightmare. Of jumping off the RG, jumping on the Anki, doing the little attack that doesn't look like anything. I guess I need 3 copies. One of the things I really do like about going out and farming with the Anki is the Anki's actually a really good fighter dino. Doesn't take much at all to kill a lot of enemies. Let's get rid of those 2 things. I don't need them. It's insane once you get an Anki going, though, how quickly your ability to gather, your ability to grind just goes up so much. The other thing we're going to be keeping our eyes out for here is maybe a Doedicurus. Okay, now you're making me angry. Let me on the stupid Anki. Something I do need to get is a whip, honestly. Primarily for gathering with the Doedicurus. But once you have a whip with a Doedicurus, you can actually move it around. Because the Doed doesn't attack things very well. It's got a really weird hitbox with its attack. And so things kind of need to be directly in front of it. It's not like the Anki where it just kind of hits everything in a big old circle around it, so you just drop the Anki off in the middle of a big old pile of metal and just start swinging away. That's not really possible with the Doed, because the hitbox is just wonky as hell. So probably need to go over to Scorched Earth, get ourselves a little silk. Make ourselves a whip. I really do like coming out and doing this gathering, though. Even though it's a little bit of a pain in the ass when you're by yourself, right? Because you're just up and down and on and off over and over and over again. And that's not terribly entertaining. This stuff is just really fun because you get to see your progress happening. Hey, what's up, Golden Spur? Sorry. Got so busy talking to myself, I forgot to read chat to see if anybody was here. I went and checked out your channel yesterday after I got off. What a lot of horses. I actually grew up on 40 acres of land when I was a kid, and we had a horse and a mule. We didn't keep them for very long because horseback riding just wasn't really a thing that me and my brothers were into. But I have ridden a horse a couple of times in my life. And horses are pretty freaking cool. You've got all the content over there. I did get my Yankee, and I'm very happy with it. It's a shitty Yankee. It was only like level 55 when I got it. That's alright. Got an Yankee. Got an RG. Now we have all the metal we could possibly need. That's really cool. I'm really glad that you're going to be able to, you know, make money and stuff off of that. And just make that whole thing, you know, get to do what you love for a living. Which is just awesome. 55 is better than nothing. That's absolutely true. It's definitely better than metal pickaxing. Or metal picking. Things. Looks like that's going to be on the ground by the time I get over to it, so I'm definitely going to get that. That's real exciting. Give me something good, Purple Drop. Give me something good. Know you want to. Ooh, level 5 RG. Well, that's interesting. Hey, what's up, Party Wizard? How are you today? How'd the stream go last night? I only dropped in for a second and then just left it on lurk. Fly in my burb. Carrying my Anki. Have you ever played ARK Survival Ascended or Survival Evolved, Party Wizard? I wasn't gonna come back, but I started watching people play this game, and now I'm addicted again. So addicted again. This is going to be a pain in the ass. You love ARK? Nice. I love ARK too. The most fun. The most fun you can have with your pants on. If only it wasn't a broken piece of garbage. One of these days, it's gonna all be okay. I am really looking forward to ARK 2. Stopped playing ASA because my laptop runs it poorly, but I still play ASC. No kidding. This is why you gotta get on that NVIDIA GeForce Now, brother. I don't even think my computer has the specs to play ASA. But here we are. Had a PS4 ASE server running for a long time. No kidding. Cool, cool. I've never actually purchased and run my own server. That will probably be something that I want to do in the future. Because it's cool. Even if I stop playing ARK. Just to have something to run. Maybe even a PvE server. You know, a lot of people run PvP servers. But there are, especially in ASA, a lot of really cool mods that are primarily PvE related that could make for a really interesting server. All right. Last one. Holy shnikes. We got it. Good deal. I just gotta get a whole lot of wood, which I don't even have the hide for, to make an axe. So let's get, oops. Or should I just go get me a casteroids? That's probably what I should do. Let's go get a casteroids. Best part about running the server, running events, changing things, keep it spicy. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. I think that would be a lot of fun. Have something a little more active going on instead of the way MMOs and stuff are created right now. Alright. Did I already check the level of this red and black one over here? Level 5, I did. We gotta level up. Pump up the weight here. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. Level 10. Level 20. Well, ain't y'all just about as useful as a poopy flavored lollipop? Level 40. Level 35. I really shouldn't be surprised that everything on a freaking island server is super low level. But despite the fact that I know this on an academic level, my brain still wishes that I was getting higher level creatures. Because I want some. Ooh. It's a cool Anki. Level 15 cool Anki. Oh, there's another Anki. Another level 15 Anki. Okay, well, both of you have to die. Just so that I can get other Ankis to spawn in this spot, hopefully. Maybe just die there, bud? I'm gonna pin myself up against this wall here. Some classic ASA floating rocks. Dude, I hate these floating rocks and I can't get rid of them. They won't go away. The stupid grass enable command doesn't work anymore. They're just here permanently from now on. If anybody knows if there's like a new command or something that I can use to get rid of those, or a setting that I can click, just let me know. Those things are annoying. Pump up some more weight there. Oop, a Dodicarus. I'm Dale Dibadome. Holy crap, somebody's Karchar. Or is that a Ceratosaurus? It's not either. What the hell is this? No idea. They got too many new creatures that I don't know now. I'm gonna have to relearn a bunch of stuff. It's an ASA thing. There's a way. But they come back as soon as you log back on. Yeah, so there used to be They used to be tied to the grass, or they are tied to the grass. And so you used to be able to use this console command, grass enable 0, which disables the grass, which gets rid of a lot of the ground clutter stuff that they added. That's the new gator thing from Scorched. Oh, okay, the sand gator. Got it. Got it. Thanks, Golden. Yeah, I haven't played Scorched Earth yet on ASA at all. You used to be able to get rid of the grass, and it got rid of those rocks, and it got rid of a ton of the ground clutter, and kind of made everything look sort of like ASE again. But they got rid of your ability to do that, so you can't turn the grass off anymore. Because it's just too much of an advantage, I guess. I don't know. But they started, when the game first launched, they just sort of started taking away a bunch of console commands. Trying to figure out which ones were okay and which ones were a big problem, like, you know, being able to get rid of the volumetric cloud and the volumetric fog to improve, you know, frame rates and just make it easier to see. Because especially in PvP, you just need to be able to see. And a lot of the stuff that they had, especially underwater, made seeing very, very not fun. You get away from my Dodicarus, you stupid raptor. That's right, you run away. What's in this ring drop here? Random stuff. I got a toilet. Don't worry, Dodicarus, I got your bag. I got your bag. We got a mannequin, we got a toilet. Let's see, don't need that, don't need that. Might actually need that. Good deal. Come here, Mr. Doty. We... are gonna tame you. You're gonna become our friend whether you like it or not. Where'd you go, Mr. Dickerus? You go turning towards the water. You get out of that water. Freaking Dodicarus. You suck a butt. Don't you swing that tail at me. Come must be smoking crack. You think you can swing that tail at me? Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. I want to stuff you full of berries. We will become friends. Don't go near the water. Why are you running towards the water? You're supposed to run away from me. I'm very confused by what's happening right now. Stop going in the water. Okay. I'm gonna need you to fall asleep just any time now. It'd be really great. There we go. Holy shnikes. Holy shnikes. I was a little worried there for a second. Didn't think that was gonna go well. Now we just go grab ourselves an Anki. Yoink. And get us some berries. Ankies are super good for gathering berries super early game. And just generally, I love my Anki. I think they're probably one of the most adorable creatures in the game. Ooh, already all full, huh? And we don't need any of those. That's probably going to be enough of everything. I'm going to get just a little more here, though. Just to make sure. And then we'll go down here and stuff this fella full of stuff. Now, I want to go get the casteroids. And I probably can. If I just pump this thing full of all these narco berries. It'll just stay maxed out for a really long time. I can probably just go ahead and feed it all of these. And now I can go run and look for a casteroids while this tames up. Should be fine. It's possible that I'll come back to Nododicarus, but it seems pretty unlikely. There aren't really a lot of dangerous creatures right around this area. Every now and then a saber-tooth comes down from over that way, but I don't think it'll ever make it all the way over to that doe. So I think it'll be just fine if I just go seek my casteroids. I'll tune back in. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night, Spur. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and saying what's up. Really appreciate it. Away we go. Yo ho. All hands. Hoist the colors high. Heave ho. Thieves and beggars. Never shall we die. Fly, 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 fly. Oop. Damn. I already spyglassed that one. Ain't that a bummer? And away we go. The scale of this map is pretty insane. Sometimes I wish that there were no flyers in this game, and that the game had better like mantling and climbing and stuff like that. That it was designed for being on foot or being on ground-based dinos more, because the whole way you would play this game would change so drastically, and the scale of the world would be so much more important if you just couldn't fly wherever you wanted to go. That's a very pretty Anki. I wish it was a higher level and I'd get it. This game is just so... Oh. Pissed off a Carno. But when you get into a position like this where you just have no stamina, and you've got creatures attacking you, don't try and attack them back, because that locks you into combat, where you have no choice but to either win or lose and let your creature die. But if you wait just a second, as long as you're not doing anything, your creature is going to be gaining stamina, even if it's getting attacked. So just don't do anything for a minute, and let that happen. And you should gain your stamina back and be able to fly away. How long have you been on this server? Just today? I played yesterday, late last night. I got on and played for about 6 hours. And then I got back on just about 45 minutes ago. But yeah. I just started this character because Extinction is coming out on ARK Survival Ascended in like a week. So I'm trying to get a character leveled up, try and get some tech ingrams and stuff like that, so that I can just transport this character over to the new Extinction maps when they come out and start building up over on one of those. Maybe I'll find a tribe. Because I want to live stream, I seriously doubt that a tribe will let me join, because I want to live stream and I don't want to have a delay. So there probably aren't very many tribes out there who are just going to be like, yeah, absolutely. That's true. It will probably get delayed, but that's fine. That'll give me a little more time to prep this character, which I'm probably going to need, because you know, getting all the boss fights and stuff done is going to be pretty difficult. So I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Just need to get myself in a position where I can get good shotgun BP, some decent flak, and good stego. Even if it's just a wild stego, as long as you get a good one and you get a lot of health leveled up in it, you can pretty much survive all of the bosses. So even the overseer, you go in there with some people. And I'm not looking, I don't need any element. I don't need anything like that. I'm not looking to like build a base and build up or anything. I just want to get the Ingrams, the tech Ingrams, so that I can be ready to transfer this character over to, oops, this is where I wanted to go over here. I went to the wrong side of this mountain. I just want to be able to transfer this character over and be all set, you know, be a really high level and get some tech Ingrams and do all that stuff. Not really worried about, you know, getting a replicator made or anything like that. I can do all of that on Extinction. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on. I just don't think that there's nearly enough content for the official small tribes. A lot of the content creators that make content for ARK primarily play ASE, and they primarily play on private servers with extremely boosted rates and really easy boss fights with tons and tons of element. I understand why you would want to do that. Oop. Just saw somebody flying around on a freaking wyvern over there. I understand why you would want to do that, because there's a lot of fun to be had in that particular tier of play. You know, the super early game is a lot of fun. And so going to, you know, fresh servers on a fresh wipe and getting to play with everybody is great, but then they boost the rates so high that you get to a point where you're basically unrateable within the first day or so. And then, you know, it just becomes a question of going and finding other weaker tribes, raiding them. And I don't know, I don't like that. It's definitely really good for content creation. But what I'm looking for is, I don't know, something that's a little more consistent. Something that doesn't feel quite so manic. Because that's really how I feel about those. You know, I played some MTX and stuff years and years ago. Or MTS, not MTX. Played a couple of wipes on MTS by myself and, you know, did some stuff like that. And it's a good time. The first couple of days are always a lot of fun, even as a solo. You know, you get in, you get your first PT, get yourself a whip. And you can just go have a whole heck of a lot of fun PT fights. So I really enjoyed that. But it's not necessarily the way I want to do things. So we're going to be playing on the official small tribe servers. Things are going to go a little bit slower because of that. I'm okay with it. Looks like we're going to be pretty close to Denzo. What is going on with this thing? That RG's freaking the hell out. Looks like our Doed's going to be pretty close to done by the time we get back. But yeah, I mean, our content is going to be a little slower, but that's fine. I mean, that's what live streaming content is about. You know, when you're making content for long form and you're trying to cut, you know, 12 hours worth of stuff into a 30-minute video, a lot of the little things kind of go by the wayside, right? Like this stuff right here, where you're just flying a Casteroids back across the map to your base so that you can tame it. You know, if this was a long form video, then I would have cut to me, you know, it would have been me leaving. It would have cut to me being over by the little area where the castroids are at. I would have spyglassed a couple of them, seen that this was, you know, the level 20 and the best looking one. So this was the one I wanted. I would have picked it up, and then I would have cut back to my base. And then there would have been a whole bunch of cuts of me shooting my crossbow over and over and over again. And then it would have knocked out, and then I would have stuffed it full of berries, and then it would have cut to the creature waking up and me having a casteroids. And, like, that's cool. You know, I watch a lot of that content. I watch Zavi and Vindactor and, you know, Chentico and all those content creators. I really like their content. But that's not what I want to do. I don't want to be doing all of that editing. I don't want to be making that type of content. I would prefer to have a more Let's Play style of live stream and just go through and play the game and chit chat and talk about why certain things are going on or why I'm doing certain things or what maybe the best options for certain things might be. And just have a good time doing that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take it nice and slow. And we're probably going to die a lot. Because just like Once Human, I'm an absolute dumpster at this game. Played a lot of hours, so I have a pretty significant amount of knowledge. But my mechanical skill leaves something to be desired. So, yeah, we're gonna build up and get wiped and build up and get wiped and build up and get wiped over and over and over again. Maybe, if I have a couple of brain cells, at some point, we'll hide some stuff. So that if I get wiped, maybe I can start with having some stuff already. That's not usually something I do, because I'm an idiot. Everything looks really dark here, so let's go Gamma 3 here. There we go. Now things are a little brighter for y'all. You can see what's going on a little bit here. Level 10 Stego. Whoops. Yeah. Come here, casteroids. Come fly with me, let's fly away. It's funny, even though we're on a PvP server, this game really is primarily a PvE game. Especially right now. Right, there's only, I don't know, 10 or 15,000 people playing concurrently at max on ASA right now, which is more than enough. There's a long time in the history of ARK where they only had, you know, 15 or so thousand players, and that's also only Steam. So there are other launches of ARK Survival Ascended and ARK Survival Evolved out there. So you've got your console players, you've got your Steam players, you've got your Windows players who play through the Epic launcher, you've got all kinds of stuff. So, you know, 15,000 players here. If there's a similar number of players across all the other platforms, or let's even say that there's half across all the other platforms, you're still looking at a solid 30 or 40,000 players concurrent at peak in this game. Which is absolutely more than enough. Now, a lot of those players do get absorbed by solo play. A lot of those players do get absorbed by unofficial server clusters. And so on the official network, you're only probably looking at a few thousand, maybe as many as 10. That's spread across, ARK and small tribes and the official 1x. But that's still a pretty healthy population. And I'm not too worried about it. And the number of players should bounce back pretty severely once Extinction drops, because again, people really love those first days. Getting in, being kind of on equal footing, especially if they have a character like I'm building up here. Oh my goodness. I don't remember Castroids being so fast. Oh, okay. They just go to sleep super easily. Sweet. Groovy, dude. Groovy. That's something that I still haven't gotten used to, because I watch people who play ASE, and then I come and I play ASA, and so the fact that you can't boost your speed at all in ASA pretty severely changes the dynamic of how you play the game. Especially, it's going to change PvP. I think it's going to change PvP for the better, because PvP is just going to be more about, your creatures, than it's going to be about your foot PvP skills. And that's really everything in ASE, is all about foot PvP. And I'd like to play something that's a little more about creature PvP. Now that's going to change, right? ASA is very much more about your creatures now than ASE is. But that's also because in ASE you've got a lot more options for what to do when you're on the ground, because there are a lot more things. Do I not have a Doty saddle anymore? Could have sworn I had a Doty saddle over here. Did I throw it on the ground? Am I an idiot? Oh no, it was in my body when I died one time. Okay. Let's go over here. Let's go to Dodicarus. Let's get a saddle, and then let's go to Asteroids, and let's get a saddle, and let's go into our smithy. Does the Dodicarus saddle get made in here? Yes, it does. I need some hide. Alright. Gonna need a lot of hide, which I can absolutely get here. Oops. Come here, Dickarus. Yeah, so as we go further and further into the game, we're just going to get a lot more options of things that we can do on foot for PvP. And so that is going to hurt the creature PvP game. Especially as we get better and better creatures for picking. You really start to hurt the PvP game. For, you know, like land creatures, like giga fights and stuff like that start to get pretty rough. So, is that a Doty over there? It is a Doty over there. It's a really good one. Get it. It's not. It's super cool looking though. Oop, and an Anki right here. And it's a level 5 Anki. Would you look at that? We're just gonna kill it for hide. Give me your hides, Anki. Don't you come over here and try and take my creature, you little butt face. Let's rock some more weight here. Is that a baby hyenodon? That is a baby hyenodon. Creature here. It doesn't have much melee. Why can't this is a dead hyenodon right here. Why can't I harvest it? Okay, fine then. Hey. I'm not gonna really deal with those aloes. They'll mess me up pretty good. What do we got here? We've almost got the 200 hide we need. It'd be better if I found like a moss chops or something like that, but mostly it's aggressive creatures over here. I got a couple of stegos, if they're low-level stegos. At level 40. Level 10. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna steal the baby stego. Run away with it. Thankfully, those creatures don't get aggressive if you run away with their babies. I need to drop this and feed this thing some more narcs before it wakes up. We're just gonna pump it full of the rest of these, and that should be more than enough. And where'd my baby stego go? Put it down. It should have probably just started heading back towards its mother. Stealing babies. There it is. You gotta do what you gotta do. Times are rough, okay? Times are rough. Look at how many hit points this little butthead has. I'll be sitting here all day trying to kill this stupid thing. All that was only worth 36 hide. Can't even believe it. Yeah. Thought I was just gonna steal him and, like, tame him or something like that. Instead, we murdered it. I am kind of an evil person. Sometimes you just gotta murder a baby stego. we're gonna go penguin clubbing later, so, you know, just prepare yourself. Have extinct many populations of penguins. Oh no. Oh no, I let myself get knocked down, and now it's biking me. Oh my goodness. Ruh-roh. Come on. Give me back my stam. Why am I not gaining stamina? There we go, start gaining back stam. Come on, buddy. Okay, let's run away for a second. I may have made a miscalculation. The only problem I have is that I wish I could stack the penguin eggs. So the last time I played, I actually had a really good penguin farm for organic poly, but I didn't need it as often as I could gather it, and you know, it spoils. So I was getting all of these penguin eggs, but I wasn't really able to do what I wanted with them. Okay, well I have at least enough for the Dodigerous saddle. Let's go see what it takes to make the Castroid saddle next. So I was making all of these refrigerators to keep the fertilized penguin eggs, or when I needed them, so that I could just mass pop them and then kill them all for organic polymer. And it worked really well, except eventually I had more eggs than I needed at any given time, and so I was just gathering up all these eggs for no reason. It was mildly upsetting. Alright. Dodigerous. Those Castroids need more hide, of course. Another 250 more metal ingots. Okay. So I have a pit, or I have an axe now. So let's actually go ahead and go get some wood. I just want 300 for now. And we'll get some wood started. We'll get some metal started cooking. Perfect. Get some metal started cooking. Got 900 in each of these, which will give me 450 each, which will be 1,350 cooked metal, which, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't want to go out there while I am encumbered. So let's just get this stuff put in there real quick. Let's light this fire up. And then let's see. This parasaur is gonna die. It's just gonna be a thing. But I'm pretty sure my Anki can jack this stego up. Because my Anki is strong. Come here, Stego. And then I'm actually just going to go ahead and harvest my Parasaur here. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Alright, so now we can go, well, we can't make the Castroid saddle yet because we don't have 100 metal for it. But put our Anki up here. Let's go get our Doedicurus saddle out. Saddle up our Doedicurus. Put that away, put that away. Put that away. Yeah, we're just gonna dump all this random crap in here. Why not, right? Oops, forgot to get out the Doty saddle. Yo, what's up, Quizza? How are you today? Right, Senior Casteroids. We're gonna go right over here. Also, you need to be put on passive. There we go. And Senior Doedicurus is coming with me. I actually guess I don't have to go very far at all. Black. Boring Sunday. Is it Sunday? Holy shnikes. I honestly kind of can't believe that. Why are you lying to me, Quizza? I refuse to believe that it is Sunday. Why does it keep spinning it around when I drop it? I just want it to land facing the direction that I'm facing. Days do just go by, especially when every day is pretty much exactly the same for you, which is basically the situation I'm in. I do pretty much the same thing every day. I eat pretty much the same thing every day. And I don't really leave my house. So yeah, I just don't really ever know what the hell day it is. I don't actually think I need any of this. Let's just drop all that. And it looks like we already got all the stone we could possibly need for a while, which is great. Level up some melee damage there. We're just gonna put this stone in the Doed right up here. I'm getting a mic so I can make some content or do some live streams. Good deal. Good deal. Glad for you. Streaming is a stupid amount of fun. Like, just absolutely stupid amount of fun. It also really helps me focus. And, you know, identify what it is I need to be doing. And then go do that. When I play by myself, I get into a bad habit of just sitting around in my base, like running in circles, because I don't know exactly what I should be doing. It's almost the 50 metal that I need. I just need one more metal. It should come out of this one first. There it is. Now I can make my Casteroid saddle. But, you know, having you all to talk to, and don't have any money, so I'm buying a refurbished Boxerite set with cones and a mic, headphone, that audio control thing like XLR. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I'm using a hand-me-down microphone that I got from my older brother from when he was streaming. No, 4 years ago, 5 years ago now. It's been a while. And then I'm using just the headset that I have for being able to hear my audio, or hear myself, or hear my game or whatever. And that's it. Yeah, it really doesn't take very much. Doesn't take very much at all. And it's just about as much fun as a person can have. At least in my opinion. Come here, birdie. All I need is a decent mic and I'm good to go. Honestly, probably more important than the microphone is the software that you run. So I use what's called voice meter, banana voice meter. And so it allows for you to make a ton of changes to your audio and then just have a digital output. So you put your microphone input into your voice meter, and then you create a digital output that changes the sound and then outputs your audio. And so you get in there, and it's really important to like adjust your bass levels and adjust your high pitch levels, and you know, just go through and do some basic audio engineering. There you go. There you go. And so honestly, even a pretty cheap microphone can sound pretty good. I know that I still have some problems with my audio. I'm not an audio engineer, and I'm just kind of gonna leave things the way they are until maybe I can hire somebody to like sit down and spend an hour with me. You know, making the adjustments themselves and listening to me talk, and really just get like the best quality audio I possibly can. But that'll be something, I mean, I will legitimately find an audio engineer, you know, on Fiverr or something. And just hire them up for some stuff. Because I think that's the best way to do it. Hello? Mr. Casteroids. There we go. So my goal here is just to fill these creatures up with the... What am I running into? Why is there an invisible wall? Oh no. Oh no. My Anki! Oh, I don't want to run this over by my casteroids. Come back over here. What am I gonna do about this? Alright, well, let's fly kind of far away here. We're gonna borrow this person's raft, maybe. Put the Dodicarus there. There you go. Oh, I swear to God, game. No, it killed my casteroids. No. Why, game? Por qué? Why? Oh my God. Yep. Oh yeah. Well, I'm in trouble. That was bad. I'm getting arced, snapped. I'm getting arced. Oh, I don't have a bed either because I'm an idiot. Like Aloes came over and messed up my whole world just now. I think I'm about to lose every single one of my creatures. Never even considered getting fine-tuning mic audio. Yeah, man. Gotta work on that audio. Compared to my very, very first streams and very, very first videos, my audio sounds so much better. Oh, you know what? I got a freaking PT and upload with a saddle and everything. Let's go get that bad boy. Don't attack me, Tickle Chicken. Oh, it's attacking me. Bad Tickle Chicken. It's not a huge rabbit hole. Let me save you some research. Banana Voice Meter is the software you want to run. And then... shoot, I don't remember the video that I watched. But just look for some really basic, like, audio engineering stuff. And, you know, you're not looking to have the best audio possible, right? You're just looking to have something serviceable. Something that cuts out some background noise and, you know, sort of enhances your natural timbre of your voice. And you're going to go through and you're going to just change the levels of different pitches. Does Voice Meter Banana have the ability to cut out background noise? So it's not so much that you're cutting out background noise based on volume, like you do on a lot of things. It's that you're cutting out background noise based on the pitch of the noise, because there are some pitches that your voice just naturally isn't in those pitches of sound. And so when you lower them really low, then it just kind of cuts those things out completely. And then if you're using like OBS or anything like that, then you can actually put a gate on the volume or on the sound. And so anything that's of a really low volume or of these certain pitches of sound will get cut out. And that does a lot to get rid of some of your background noise. I did have a little bit of a problem when I was running a fan in my room for a while. There was a low sort of buzz in the background of my audio, but my fan is really bad. It makes a lot of noise. So just having nothing but a low sort of rumble in the background, even though the fan is as loud as it is, was pretty nice. So, and I'm not an audio engineer. I don't really understand what I did to get my volume or my sound to sound the way it does. And I certainly don't think that I did the best job I possibly could have. I think it's okay. But it's certainly not the best it could have been. But I just kind of got on YouTube and watched a couple of videos and did what they said to do and carried on with my life. And I think that's a lot of what streaming and content creating and stuff is there are so many things, especially when you're first getting started. There are so many things that you have to take care of yourself that, you know, you're never going to be proficient at all of those things. You're never going to be able to understand 100% why the things that you're doing work. So you kind of just have to look for somebody who's a semi-expert on, you know, a platform like YouTube and just do what they say and trust that they know what they're talking about better than you do. And then just carry on with your day. Why? Why is this Allosaurus trying to ruin my life? Dickerus is so bloody. It's a good thing I remembered I had that PT though, because I was not going to get back in time to save this thing if I didn't take the PT. Okay. Wow, those things are still chasing my creatures all the way over here. Did my PT land down here? No, okay, they're just attacking random stuff. Jeebus. On the worst day. I kinda wanna just kill these allos because they're pissing me off. I honestly don't know if my verb is good enough. Gotta go land and get some XP here. XP, stamina. What am I even talking about? Gotta land and get some XP. Oh man. That's funny. Actually, speaking of getting things, though, those creatures, maybe get some health back by eating them. snap. And he's climbing up the walls here. Oof. We're about to lose his burb. Yeah, burb. Come back over here. Nice. We got him. Oops. Oh, that was not what I thought. Okay, we're just gonna die again. That's fine. Not really sure why I'm still alive. Not sure why I'm still alive at all, in fact. That was a terrible mistake on my part. Back over here, hello. Yes, she's the Allosaurus. Yes. This game really is ridiculous when you're first starting out and you don't really have anything. Oh yeah, no, now I'm in a lot of trouble. Oh, please die. No. You know what I never did? I never picked up my body from the first death. After I lured those things over there, I should have gone back and picked up my body. It's probably gone by now. That's too bad. Whoopsie. That's fine though. It's not like I'm losing anything of significant value. I am just getting started. Everything I have is fairly replaceable. do need to start working towards getting a fabricator and a generator and some stuff like that. Maybe put a couple of autos on there just for the sake of protecting from wild creatures. Oop, that's an alpha raptor. I'm out of stam. Oh, you suck. Was I actually able to stand on this? Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. I'm out of stamina. I swim slow. Oh no. Oh no. When are they going to officially release Path of Exile? You know, honestly, Quizza, I don't know. Off the top of my head. We're in early access right now, and that's all I know. I am pretty excited for it. I do want to play it. My older brother, like I said, is having some pretty good fun with it. And the reviews that I've seen online have had very positive things to say, so pretty excited about it, honestly. Well, hopefully that Alpha Raptor doesn't come right back over into the same spot and get me again. That's not necessarily true. There have been games that have been in early access on GeForce Now. It's a question of whether or not the company wants to put the release on GeForce Now and whether or not they can support, you know, sending the updates and stuff like that. So, the way it worked originally, before there was a lawsuit, was you could have any game that you had in your Steam library could be downloaded onto NVIDIA GeForce Now. And they maintained like a central download of most of the popular games. And then if you wanted to play a game that they didn't maintain a download of, then you would just actually download the game onto whatever rig you were playing on. And it usually didn't take very long. You know, they have extremely high speed networks that go to all of that stuff. So their ability to download information is way higher than yours. So you would download even fairly large games fairly quickly. And then you could play any game that you had in your Steam library on GeForce Now. This was back when GeForce Now was in beta. And it was free back then if you got accepted to the beta. And then there was a big to-do and there was a lawsuit about, you know, games claiming that NVIDIA GeForce Now was stealing and providing unlicensed games to players because NVIDIA GeForce Now didn't have a license for the game, and it was their hardware where the game was being loaded. But you know, you, the player, still had your license to the game. So there was just a whole big to-do with all of that stuff, and it ended up being that companies now have to opt in to NVIDIA GeForce Now support. And all it is just you say, yeah, we want you to have the game. And then NVIDIA GeForce Now just maintains the download. And it's not really that big of a deal. But if a company doesn't opt in and doesn't contact GeForce Now and say, hey, we're interested in having our game in whatever version it's in on your program, then you can't use it. Which I think is probably the dumbest, most anti-consumer garbage I've ever heard of in my entire life. Um, there's just no reason for any game. It's a remote gaming service, but I'm still accessing my Steam library. I'm still accessing the games I paid for, and I don't give a crap if I'm not accessing them on my home computer. I don't give a crap whose hardware I'm using. If I went over to my parents' house and stayed, for a month or whatever with my parents for the holidays, I could jump on my dad's computer and log into my Steam library and download my game onto his computer and play it. Are you going to come after me? Sometimes, so if you go into it, you can open it up. A lot of times they'll also have the proprietary launchers on there. But yes, primarily GeForce Now works through library services like Steam and Epic Games Launcher and Xbox Game Pass and all that stuff. So again, they have not just agreements with the companies that make the games, but also agreements with those gaming libraries to provide certain games. So there is, just a ton of stuff that you can't get access to on GeForce Now, but it's entirely because of those lawsuits. Because when the service was first being shown in beta, you could literally access anything. Come over here, PT. And I'm actually pretty annoyed by that change. It was a super unreasonable thing for those companies to do, I think. Let's see, is my bag still over here? Because I died in the water over here. Is that it? Please? Pretty please. Hey, bag's not gone. It was close though. Alright, so I need a new Anki, a new Casteroids. I literally just got that Casteroids too. So sad. Alright, we're gonna leave some creatures over here. We're gonna go see about getting a new Anki. Also, I need to go use the restroom real quick. So yeah, I'm just gonna hang out right here for a second. Y'all give me a minute, I'm gonna go use the restroom, I'll be right back. Gotta love a banana. Let's see, what do we got here? Let's hit... Oh, wait. Absolutely. Bananas are so good. My goodness. Now let's fly ourselves over here. And then see if we can't find us a new Anki. And hopefully not get shot in the process. I'm flying a little lower than I should over these treetops. Sometimes people got little pillbox spaces in the trees. They're trying to hide, but they've still got defenses, and then you just get wrecked. Which I think is really dumb. If you're gonna try and hide, try and hide. It's fine to have defenses in a hidden base, but only if those defenses can only attack people who have actively found your base. If your defenses can just hit random passerbys, then your base is not going to stay hidden for very long. And any base can be raided. I mean, the attacker always has the advantage in this game. So... What are you killing there, Mr. Allosaurus? I don't even understand what's going on there. Gonna go back over here where we saw these two Ankies over here that we killed earlier, and hope that maybe one of them or two of them respawned. Why did you land so high up there? Weird. But hopefully an Anki respawned over here. And I can get it. Maybe it'll be a good one. I need me a good Anki. Really like to get like a 150 with a 32 melee pre-tame. That's what I want. Whatever I can get out of that post-tame will be perfectly fine. Of course, I'll really take any level Anki that has, you know, a 30 plus pre-tame. Melee would be pretty much just as good. There are actually some pretty interesting base spots in some of these crevices in this mountain. Actually, I'll show you one that I found pretty early on. So when the game first came out, they kept rolling out new servers because everybody was filling up the servers that existed. But right up through here, you can fly up in here and you can actually get pretty far into this cave. And you can't fly. Oh, this is new. I just got anti-meshed. Well, guess it's not a good base spot anymore. Bye-bye, RG. Oh my god, I am getting arced so hard today. This is awful. Oh man. What a day, what a day. 2 hours in, I've managed to lose my RG, my Anki, the Castroids I tamed, all of my gear. On the bright side, I have a full um, a full metal run worth of metal in my smelters, which is great. And I have a full inventory, well, not a slot capped inventory. Getting arced, it's what we say when the game glitches and causes something bad to happen to us. Because Ark is probably one of the most buggy games I've ever played in my entire life. If you thought Once Human was bad, Ark fucking horrible when it comes to glitches. And so there's a really big problem with cheaters in this game. And one of the things that they do is they mesh, and what that means is they find ways to get under the mesh of the world so that they can travel completely unobstructed and attack people from outside of the mesh so that their defenses can't get them. And so in order to combat that, Wildcard, the dev studio for ARK, has created an anti-mesh system where if you go through the mesh or into a place that you're not supposed to go, then you just die and all of your stuff gets deleted. And if you have creatures that go through the mesh, they just die and get deleted. And so sometimes it works for its intended purpose, which is great. But more often than not, it really just kills people who are exploring. Because their anti-mesh doesn't line up with the actual mesh of the world. And so honestly, I wish they would just get rid of it. Because it doesn't really do anything. They need to come up with a different, better system for stopping people. But whatever. I'll just keep getting arced. No big deal. It's just one of those things. It's in business, they would say it's the price of doing business. And as long as you're making more progress than you're losing, then you're fine. Now, there are obviously people who have a hard time making more progress than they lose. Because the game can, I mean, you've seen since I've been on, things have just been going wrong for me over and over and over again. And dying, even to PvE in this game, can be extremely punishing if you're not set up to overcome those deaths. And I'm really not right now. You know, I keep not making a bed and just generally being stupid. And so these deaths are actually being fairly punishing to me. And then, you know, right there I died to that anti-mesh. And so everything is gone now. All of my gear, everything that I pulled out of the water there, is just evaporated. Which is unfortunate. Hey, 123 has joined this ARK. I'm dehydrated. Some water. As far as I can tell, technically this is the ocean. So it really should be seawater. But whatever. That's fine. bird just caught a fish. But after 5,000 hours of play, I feel like I've pretty much seen it all as far as the anti-meshing and just getting ARKed goes. My first ever Reaper, the first time I ever played Aberration, I played ARK with a 4-person tribe, and we went and built on Aberration in the blue zone next to this cliff. And the first ever Reaper that I got there, this was years and years ago, got anti-meshed, which was super cool. This was kind of when the anti-meshing thing was pretty new, too. Oh man, that's gross, dude. That's gross. I've never really used Managarmers very much. Okay. Got a Pteranodon. At least I still have a flyer. We would be in a way worse position if I didn't even have a flyer. Yeah, they are really fun, and their little dash move is great. A totally different group that I played with. For a few days, we didn't do very well, and we ended up having to... Cool, these are out of fuel now. That's fine. Plenty of metal. Look at all that. But a group that I played with for a few days, we, no more... Oh, there's hide, okay. Weapons. Ranged. Give me that. Give me that and that. We were playing on Extinction. This was back before Valguro even had started. And one of my teammates got super lucky, and somebody was trying to fight them near the red obelisk, and they got a whip off and whipped their cryopod out of their hand that they were about to throw and stole their freaking Managarmer. And that was like the first Managarmer I'd ever had. I probably shouldn't have put that much or eaten that much of that, but oh well. Let's get that. That'll be enough for all that. One of those. Hey, there we go. Okay. So we're pretty much back in it. Oh, you know what I forgot to make? It's a spyglass. Ooh, 123 has joined the ARK. I imagine that's probably 2 different 123s, which is a little bit scary. Oops. But we used that thing for running red drops in the desert on Extinction for days until somebody finally killed us and killed it. was a sad day to see that Managarmr go. But that's kind of the only Managarmr I've ever used. I've tamed some a couple of times, but they're just such huge targets. People are always killing you when you have them. And there are a lot better creatures now. Especially in ASA, Managarmrs are quite a bit less useful, or going to be quite a bit less useful when they come out, because you're not going to have the ability to throw out cryopods while you're riding them. So one of the things that I think made Managarmrs as useful as they were was you could just carry a bunch of cryopods on you. And so then, in situations where the Managarmr wasn't really useful, like, you know, carrying creatures for soaking and stuff like that, you could just scout around on the Managarmr and you know, then just throw out your cryo for whatever. So a lot of people would run around on Managarmrs and then look for sort of lower tier bases, not super low tier bases, but you know, maybe like week old bases or something of some lower tier players, and then they would raid them. You know, they'd bring their Stego or their Trike or whatever, just throw them out and raid them right then and there. But that's not a thing you can do anymore. If you want to scout on a Managarmr, you have to scout on the Managarmr, and then you have to go home and, you know, get yourself a words are hard. Get yourself a cryo fridge, get yourself a generator, get yourself all that stuff. Ooh, 135 T-Rex. And you have to grab all that stuff and then bring it back and then set it up and then wait your time and all of that before you can actually do the raid. And I think that's a really positive thing, because it's really going to help lower tier players. And that's who you need to be helping in ARK, is players who aren't as knowledgeable, players who don't have, you know, lines and stuff already, players who don't have really good defenses. The longer it takes for somebody to come and raid a base that's a low tier like that, less likely they are to worry about it. Right? There's no reason for the alpha tribe of a server to go to another server to go blow up a little 2x2 with 5 or 6 heavies on it. Because the amount of time it's going to take to go home and get all your boom, and, you know, you got to get your generator and your cryo fridge, you got to set them up, you got to wait, you got to throw stuff out, right? The amount of time it takes for all of that stuff to happen means that your time versus reward investment isn't going to be there. And so hopefully that should mitigate some of the higher tier players attacking lower tier bases. Now, it's not going to stop lower tier players from attacking lower tier bases, because you know, the value that you can get from that is still fairly significant, and so that's still going to happen. But when I first started playing, when the island first came out, you know, I was a solo, and I was the only solo on the server. And everybody else was like big old tribes and stuff, and they just kind of collectively left me alone. And, you know, basically all of them said, hey, you know, don't come mess with us while we're farming. You know, don't come kill us. And don't, you know, try and raid our bases and stuff, and we'll just leave you alone. I was down in a little solo pearl cave. And, you know, I had my turret cap on the inside all pointed right towards the entrance, and the base would have been a little bit difficult to get into, but not impossible. But I just didn't have, you know, I didn't have super awesome BPs. I didn't have, you know, tons and tons of element. Like, I had some, but it wasn't a massive stockpile. And so the value of wasting a couple of creatures to try and get in there and kill me just wasn't there for them. And so as long as I wasn't causing a ruckus, they didn't really see or have any reason to come after me. So I think it's really good. You know, no more pocket gigas, no more any of that stuff, which does cut down a little bit, I guess, on PvP that isn't base rating. But it also makes the PvP in the open world a little more dynamic. So when you used to have the ability to throw out a cryopod just whenever you wanted, PvP in the open world was very much always the same. Right? It was get the person off of whatever flyer they're using, get them down onto the ground, kill their flyer, pop a giga, chomp them to death. Or pop a rhino them to death. Or whatever your big DPS dino was. And that's cool, but it decides the fight really early. Because if I get you off your flyer and get your flyer killed, then you've lost. And there's no coming back from that. But if I can only use the creature I brought, right? If I'm running around on a Pteranodon, and I see another person on a Pteranodon, I pick them off their Pteranodon, even if I get their Pteranodon killed, I still only have a Pteranodon worth of advantage over them. And likely, that Pteranodon has taken some damage. And so it's not even a whole Pteranodon worth of advantage. So there is some significant... ooh, is that a 120? That is a 120. What's up, dude? Come be my friend. So the game has just been changed by this new system of cryopods. And I think it's been changed very much for the better. I am not using trank arrows because I am an idiot. And I probably can't tame this now. It'll probably die if I try. But we're gonna try anyway. Getting slowly better at sniping, 5 kills already. Hey, good job. I'm glad you went back to your Delta Force. Glad that you decided to give it another go. Try and get better. I am having a really hard time hitting this RG right now. Okay, Buttface, come back over here. I know you're gonna turn around and come back. I'd really prefer that you just didn't run away. Hey, it's a Quetzal. Come back here, RG. Don't you want to be my friend? You got any meat on you there, Pteranodon? Maybe some berries, even. Not very many. That's fine. Okay, normally these creatures come back after they run away like that. I hadn't hit him enough times to make him torpor run. I'm slightly confused what happened. Where are you stupid Archie? So obnoxious. Okay, well, here we go. Looks like it's time to go find a different one. Another 123 has joined the ARK. Yo, what's up with all the people joining this ARK? Or is it maybe the same person teleporting back and forth? Somewhere else? No, I don't think so, because you gotta wait 15 minutes. So unless they're moving all of their stuff, like, off, even then, seems unlikely. Ooh, a super cool yellow level 100. Yeah, I want this level 100. Ooh, what's this Anki? Oh, this is that super low level Anki, yeah. Okay, whoops. We're gonna move this thing over here. Get our stand back, and then we're gonna go bring that yellow one somewhere a little safer, a little flatter, a little more open. Maybe down into this area over here or something. I really like this yellow. Super dope. Come with me. Come with me. And you'll be within a world of pure imagination. I honestly didn't even realize that my Pteranodon is yellow. I should just get all yellow creatures, since the icon for my channel is yellow. Come on, boyo. It's not a boy at all. Alright, I think we're probably good enough. There's that theory there. I don't really want to fight this thing near the theory. Let's go a little further. Here we go. Nice open spot. Where'd my yellow buddy go? There it is. I didn't realize I'd left it so far behind. Get your booty over here, dude. Almost got me. Why are you running away? That's right. You turn around and come back over here. don't know what all these 1, 2, 3 people are doing, but it is lagging this server so bad. It must be a raid or something going on right now. Oops. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. C'est parfait. Now I believe there are some juveniles and some babies over here near where my PT is. Let's kill those and get some meats. Did I leave my PT over here next to a freaking raptor and it didn't die? Honestly, fairly shocked. Die, raptor. Alright. Hey, that's more than enough prime meat right there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Where did this thing go? There it is. I was to say, I thought I heard it just now. And I did hear it just now. Alright. Should be good as gold. I'm going to see what level this one is. Level 25. I was gonna maybe go and get a saddle for it and then come back, but I don't actually think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and let this thing tame out and then get it to follow me back. And saddle it up that way. Let's take a look at its stats. Pretty tame here. 512 weight, that's way better than my last one. That health is super low. Stamina is really good though. And melee damage is pretty meh. But that's okay, I'm really only worried about weight and stam. There will come a time when I need to get a good fighting RG so that I can go around and maybe kill some bugs and some stuff like that. Maybe kill some alphas. But we'll see. We'll see. I do need to get a lot of levels. I am only level 74. Hungry again. My goodness. Just eat the mates. I love Dimorphodons. Easily one of the coolest creatures in the game. I really want to get like a super good Dimorphodon line. I think Dimorphodons are really underestimated for their base defense ability. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Captain Fat Dog, but years and years ago, he made a really cool Dimorphodon turret. And something I want to do is build that on the back of a Quetzal and fly it around like the carriers for the Protoss from StarCraft. I feel like that would be insanely cool. And then you could mount up a couple of minigun turrets and get some people to sit on the minigun turrets and, like, you know, shoot at incoming missiles and stuff like that. Try and knock them out of the sky. But I feel like that could be the coolest. I think the same thing could be said for, you know, like a Mosasaur with, well, Mosasaurs move too fast. See, so that's kind of the problem, is the underwater creatures that have buildable structures move too quick. But you could maybe use like a Mosasaur with a bunch of electric eels or something like that in it, and send out the electric eels to go stun people off of their water mounts and stuff like that. Or a Plessy or whatever. Or have a bunch of mantas in there or something, and have them just go demolish things. I think platform saddles are pretty underutilized in this game. I think it would be really cool to put Captain Fat Dog's Dimorphodon turret on the back of a Quetzal, though. Fly it around and select targets. Just send out a mass of Dimorphodons, just... I'm gonna do it one of these days. It's gonna happen. Get myself a good Dimorphodon line. Just run around terrorizing people. One more eat. Good to go. more eat. Good to go. Oh, shiznit. That's a 150 trike with a 150 baby. Wow. I feel like I sort of have to get that, right? I mean, I know I don't really have any way to bio them right now. But I think I need to get those. Don't think it's a choice. That could be huge for some early game raids. Are they different genders? Female, male, oh my goodness, they are different genders. Wow, just instant breeding pair right there with a guaranteed whatever their health stat is. Because they'll share the same stats. That's super cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, we got 24 more arrows to make here. So I'm gonna find me a rock that hopefully this trike can't get up on top of. I guess this trike could get up on top of this rock if it goes around, and it probably will. But hopefully... Well, this is all going very terribly, very quickly. Oh, right. I don't have a freaking... Okay. Fine. We'll just arrow you down. Not a big deal. And then we go back to the tranks to stop this thing from following me. Never underestimate the power of running in a circle. Ah, bugger. Accidentally hit it. That's fine though. We should get the baby all maxed out. That'll be a good deal. Can't believe I found a mating pair of 150 trikes. Right there with each other. I do have to raise the juvenile or the baby before I can actually mate them, obviously. And that'll be kind of obnoxious to do. But it's fine. Trikes are pretty easy. Unfortunately, the taming effectiveness on this took a small hit. 88%? That's too bad. But I might not have to feed it narcos. And it only needs 50 mejos. So let's keep trying to get some more mejo berries. I think I already have 50. But I'm going to wait until I get one more pick of mejos. There we go. And that ought to be enough. And then we'll go ahead and feed them all these narcs. Feed her all these narcs. Perfect. Now what am I going to do? About the fact that I don't have any cryopods. I guess I could get everything I need. Can you still make cryos? I forget. Drops? I believe you can, but maybe not. Not 100% sure. Did the drop vanish? I think the drop vanished. Alright, well, we'll head back over towards red. It's going to take a little while for that to tame up. I think we're mostly okay. We'll just leave the RG there. It's not really that big of a deal. We'll head over to Red Ob and see. Or can you even craft them in obelisks, or does it have to be a drops? Yeah, I need to find a drop. Let's just head over here to this drop. See if we can't find ourselves an ability to make some cryopods here. Because I want to get these two cryoed up and back to the base. It takes crystal, poly, metal, fiber, hide, and oil. Make a cryopod. And not very much of each of those. I should have plenty to make one or two. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, this game. I love it. I love to hate it. Okay, we still got some more drops over this way. That's fine. We'll just head back towards base anyway. We'll get ourselves an RG saddle. Get that crafted up so that I can saddle up my Argentavis. And then even if I can't throw out my cryo fridge or throw out my cryopotted creatures, I'm okay with that. Because I don't have a cryo fridge yet or whatever. Okay, well that one's just coming down. So if I have to, I can come back to that one. But I don't want to sit there and wait for 5 or 10 minutes. On the way back, I probably will still get that one because it's got a ring around it. Which means maybe some goodies. And I like goodies. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So we can build cryopods and cryofridges. Why not? On swamping yet? No, I don't actually like doing the swamp cave. Not really my cup of tea. So I don't much worry about that. Also, I don't want to end up with freaking sickness. Ain't got no antidotes. Swamp aid sucks. He is gross. What now? Platforms are so bugged right now. What is going on? I don't quite have enough keratin and chitin. That sucks. I also don't quite have enough. Six more keratin, 48 more hide. Okay. The other thing is to get the stuff for cryopods. Need some paste. Poly. I don't know if it actually requires paste or not, but we're going to bring it just in case. And we've got lots of fiber, lots of hide. I think I have everything I could need. Make a couple at least. Oh my goodness, why is it so broken? Hey, and there's a green drop right over here. And the green drop moves all around and around, and the green drop moves all around. We're gonna get some cryos. Oh, Jay Reyes joined the ARK. What are you up to, Mr. Jay Reyes? Oh, this is in the water. Ruh-roh. That could be scary. How far down is it? Whoops. It's really far down. Come here, please. Away from me. That was coming after me. Okay, you stupid pteranodon. We're just gonna go for the shore. Is that blue drop kind of over by... It's either on top of that little hill there, in which case I'll totally use it, or it's over on the other side of that hill, which means it's over there by all those aggressive creatures, and probably not a good thing to use. We'll go check. See what happens. I think it's just right up on top of here. Perfect. Yeah! This thing will fall down right here. And we'll make ourselves some cryopods. Not that. Oh, you can make a bunch all at once? Nice. Perfect. You didn't used to be able to do that in ASA. Oops. Don't want. Let's get rid of some more heavy stuff. about the wool. Cool. Let's eat. Let's level up my burb. Let's fly back over here towards my taming creatures. Does anybody know what a good health for a trike is? I don't have the ability to see how many points it has in its health stat yet, because I haven't beaten the Overseer, so I don't have those goggles, or those spyglass. So if anybody knows off the top of their head, good like 30 plus stat is, that's a really pretty Pteranodon. He's only level 15 though, so we're not going to worry about it. I'm gonna go check these trikes' health when I get back over here. See what their base health stat is. So we can know what they're gonna have when they're all tamed up. Or so we can hope what they're gonna have when they're all tamed up. And then maybe even think about getting them bred and having myself some bread. Heard a weird noise, had to check it out. Good. Juvenile trike is still here. What do we got for base health here? 2100? That's actually pretty low, I think. Actually pretty low, I think. But that doesn't mean we can't get lucky. And we never saw what our weight stat and stam stat came out to here. 960 stam, that's pretty good. 600 weight could be better. Not terrible. Actually, I don't want to cryo this up, because I don't have a cryo fridge. If I cryo it, it never comes out again. At least not for a while. Something I need to consider here. Let's go see about killing this other trike. See if I can't get a couple more keratin. If I can get that 8 keratin or whatever I need. Ooh, there's a Mega Nora. That's really all I need. And we'll use this to get a little hide, hopefully. Tickle Chicken's gonna get mad. I'm sorry, Tickle Chicken. I didn't mean it. I apologize. The chicken's mad again. Silly little Tickle Chicken. Are you coming over here to fight me? That's so sweet of you. Thanks. Yo, Tickle Chicken. Stay away from me. Why do you keep coming over here and interrupting my fight with this trike? My trike's about to tame, which is gonna mean that I'll be able to tame this baby. I don't want the baby to run away. Accept and claim accept. What do we got here? 2100. Oh, that's until I raise it, I believe. Ooh, 3150. Yo, I got a ton of points. That's crazy good. Cool. Now we just need my hide. Still debating setting up this voice meter because I'm lazy. It is quite a bit of effort, but it's effort that you only have to put in once. So, suck it up, Buttercup. Still need more hide, okay. Yeah, it's a lot. Just cutting out a lot of the background and BS that happens. Just naturally is so important. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do the dumb thing. I'm gonna cryo this, and then I'm never gonna be able to use it because I'm never actually gonna get a cryo fridge because I suck. Pretty bird. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the quality of your voice sound, especially if you talk a lot. If you're not going to talk a lot, then it doesn't really matter. But I also think that it's important to talk a lot if you're going to be streaming. Um, and so there's sort of a baseline quality that I think your audio needs to be at for your voice in order for that to be entertaining and fun to listen to. Um, because a lot of that other stuff, that background noise and the fuzz and things like that, cause a little bit of audio fatigue, and they just kind of grate on a person's nerves. And so if you want people to want to watch your streams for an extended period of time, then what you say has to not fatigue their brains while they're watching. It depends on what type of game Crimson Desert ends up being. If Crimson Desert just ends up being a single player ARPG, or a game like Souls, where you just like invade people sometimes and that's the only interaction with other players that you get, then no, I will not be interested in playing Crimson Desert. But if it's an MMO like Black Desert, I might. But it seems unlikely that that'll be a game that I end up playing. There are too many games that have systems that I'm more interested in. I'm not, Crimson Desert, Throne and Liberty, those games kind of fall into the same world domination, big guild, territory control style PvP MMO. And I'm not necessarily interested in that. Unless I have the ability to play that as a solo. I don't necessarily want to be able to control territory as a solo, but I do want to be able to be in those environments as a solo, right? To do my own solo thing and to have all of that other stuff sort of happening around me would be interesting. Maybe a good crafting system or something like that. Like then I could get involved. But because crafting systems in every MMO ever are pretty much garbage, and I don't really want to build a huge, or to join a huge guild and play that way, Black Desert's just probably not really, or any game like Black Desert, it's probably just not really going to be for me. Right. Those things away. Honestly, I should probably upload them, but whatever. Okay. I actually think I want to equip them. Sweet. If y'all give me just 1 second here, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just because of how cold the weather and stuff has been, and how bundled up I've been, haven't been drinking nearly as much water because the water stays very cold. And so I've been like pretty persistently dehydrated for, I don't know, 3 or 4 days now because I've been doing a crappy job of taking care of myself and drinking enough water. And so I've been drinking a lot more today. Warmed up a little bit, and I'm not all blanketed up right now. Just chilling in my fleece onesie. Feeling good. So, lots more water going into the system today. That's very important. Got to stay hydrated, especially if you're going to be talking this much and using your voice. Very important. We've been going for 3 hours already today. 3 really terrible hours of losing everything. Can't believe that. Can't believe that happened. Black Desert Online did a challenge. They made the game free for a week, and if anybody manages to reach level 56 from 1, be given free permanent access to the game. I don't know if anybody won it. Interesting. I bought Black Desert for $1. Proceeded to play it for 5 minutes. Realized it was not for me. Oh shoot, I was talking to myself. I don't even know for how long I was talking to myself. But games like Black Desert and stuff, I don't really like the way they do their level up systems, because their levels might as well just not even exist. Like, I don't understand the point or the value in, auto pathing, leveling up super quick, going through the story super quick. It's kind of like you have to watch a visual novel before you get to play the game. And you have to spend like hours watching this visual novel. And then finally you get to play the game. And that's just kind of silly to me. Like, just skip to the end, right? Let me be a max level character. Let me start my grind for my weapons. And learning my skills and learning how to play my character and stuff like that. And just let me do the things that I'm allowed to do. Give me my freedom to pick what content I'm going to be interacting with and, what dungeons I'm going to go do and all of that other stuff. If your whole game is just about the end game, 3 dungeons a day, whatever system that you've got going on, that's totally fine. But then just make that the game. Let's cut out whatever BS this is in the beginning that says I need to sit here and watch, 20 hours of some visual novel before I can play the parts of the game that are actually interesting. Because you lose a lot of players in those first 20 hours. Because the game just isn't nearly as interesting until you get past that. So there's really no point in having that exist at all. MMORPGs are so obsessed with sticking to the formula. We have to have a leveling system. No, you goddamn don't. It is not even remotely a requirement. Especially Eastern MMOs. Eastern MMOs have these crazy fast systems of leveling. Like Throne and Liberty and Frame has joined this arc. Crazy fast systems of leveling and getting through the story and getting to end game, where they start really heavily monetizing, power and progression and stuff like that. And so if that's your whole shtick, right, if that's what you want to do, let's just get there. I need a new Enki. Hey, there's an Enki. Only a level 20. I don't want a level 20 Enki. What do we got? Oh, Ankylosaurus. Where are you? That one over here. Frame has joined this arc yet again. No. It's a Kentro. Come on now. There's my Anky. Gonna finish the movie I started watching. Yeah, have fun, Quizza. Thanks for stopping by, chatting in the chat. I really appreciate it. I can only think of so many things to talk about on my own. I need the help. Level set, Doty. Ooh, that's a 130, Doty. I save you, Doty. Do I really care about having a 135 Dodicarus? No. But also 135 Dodicarus. Let's face it, we're ARK players. We want high-level creatures. Just how we're wired. Oh, you're not leaving? Okay, cool. Cool. Ooh, there's a blue drop with a ring around it. On our way back to the base here. Gotta get them blue ring drops. Early game. Need the stuff. Whatever it is, I probably need it. Hey, there's a red drop over there. That was more on my way back to the base than I might worry about it. It's really not, so... I wonder if Dodicarus can farm berries. Because I just realized I don't have a berry farmer at all anymore. I mean, I guess I have a trike, but I don't have a trike out. I'm actually going to need to... What is the end game of ARK? It depends on what you're doing. If you're playing PvE, because you can play this game on PvE servers or in single player, then there are bosses that you're going to go fight. Each different map has different bosses or different combinations of bosses that you fight. And there's a whole storyline and everything that goes with that. It's actually a pretty interesting story. But it's mostly about breeding your creatures together, or mutations, to get really strong creatures, because their stats can mutate. So you see how I have like a health stat here? If I breed this female RG with a male RG, then there's a chance that one of these stats will mutate and increase on the child. So you breed, generations and generations of creatures to try and get mutated stats on the stats that you want, and just make really powerful creatures, and then go fight these bosses with them. And that's primarily the end game of PvE. You build a really cool base, you raise really good lines of creatures, and you just kind of dominate your PvE experience. And then you can go through the different maps, beating each of the different bosses and getting new tech engrams, which are like blueprints basically, or like craftable stuff that you do in the different benches and stuff like that. And that's really it. It's just about building a big old base and killing bosses and taming creatures. And then if you play PvP, then you do all of those same things that you do in PvE, but you do it with a focus of fighting other groups of people who are also trying to do that same thing on your map. So You know, I'm on a PvP server, and so my base is super out in the open, right? It's just a little raft. But most of the big tribes who are doing really well, instead of making a base out in the open like that, they find a cave somewhere and they wall off the entrance and they put tons of turrets and stuff like that that automatically shoot at the entrance of their caves with maybe some dinos that are on aggressive, so they just attack anything that comes nearby. And they try and defend their caves and defend their lines and defend like their good gear and stuff like that inside of this base. And then your goal is to go and blow up their base and take it from them. And round and around and around we go. And there's kind of just this constant cycle. In PvP you can fight on flying birds. Yes, absolutely. So you see what I'm doing right now where I'm carrying this Doedicurus? This is called picking. I've picked this Doedicurus up. But you can also do this to other players. So other players will be riding around on other dinos, and you can actually pick the player up off of their dino and then attack them while they're in your claws. And there are different ways that you can get out of a dino's claws. If you have a grappling hook, you shoot a grappling hook at the ground or at a wall or something like that. Then you can pull yourself out of the claws, or you can whip the rider with a whip, and it'll knock the rider off of their mount. And if they're not riding it, then it automatically releases you. And then you both fall to the ground, and you've got parachutes, and you use a parachute so that you don't take fall damage. And, you know, there's tons of strategy that goes into having fights in this game. And so you've got your pick battles in the air, but then also you've got really, really strong ground dinos. So you also have to worry about, I need to repair this before I try and tame or try and knock out this Doedicurus. But so you're just trying to gain the advantage, and then you've got net guns and all kinds of stuff like that that you can use, and there's tons of stuff that goes into fighting in this game. The burden of knowledge is really high, and so it takes about 1,000 hours of playing this game to really understand even the basics of, you know, what's a good place to set up your base, or, you know, how to do fights, or all kinds of stuff like that. And it becomes just an incredibly difficult game. And the further you get, the more complex it gets. Breeding is super complex. Building your base defenses in PvP is incredibly complex. Farming resources can even get really complex because you do it with groups of dinos. So right now, for example, I'm doing sort of the most basic type of farming. Well, so the most basic type of farming, I've seen Weird Art videos people make for fun. They capture creatures, put them into trains, turn them into Batman creatures and stuff. Turn them into Batman creatures. That's probably just like silly stuff with mods. I don't know what a Batman creature is, but there are trains. There's like a DLC that you can buy called Bob's Tall Tales that came out with Scorched Earth, the Scorched Earth map, and it has trains in it. I don't own Bob's Tall Tales, and I probably never will, because I think it's a really annoying monetization system for this game, especially since I already owned ARK Survival Evolved, and then I purchased all of the same maps, basically, for ARK Survival Ascended. So I'm not then also going to pay more for another DLC on top of that, especially because it's very pay to win. So, y'all know how I feel about pay to win. It's no bueno. Well, I'm not going to support that, I don't think. But I was saying, you know, the most basic form of gathering is to gather with your hands, with like a pick or a hatchet. And that's the most basic form of gathering resources. Then you have what I'm about to start doing, or what I sort of already have started doing, which is to use an Argentavis and another creature that has bonuses to its ability to gather certain types of materials. Like the Dodicarus gathers stone really well. And so I'm going to use this Dodicarus to gather stone. Then the Ankylosaurus gathers metal really well. And the Castoroids, the beaver that I had earlier, gathers wood really well. And so basically you're just kind of gathering up all these gathering dinos, and then you're flying around with your Argentavis, carrying them around to where the resources are. And that's sort of tier 2 of gathering. Tier 3 is to use even better creatures than that. So instead of using this Argentavis, I could get a creature that moves faster and has better carry weight, and maybe get a friend. So somebody can ride the creature that you're carrying in your claws of your Argentavis or some other creature. And so then instead of having to jump off like I do every time I want to whack a rock, your friend is just attacking while they're hanging in your claws and whacking a bunch of different resource nodes and stuff like that. And so that really, really speeds up how quickly you can gather resources. And so you just go through all the different tiers of gathering, getting more and more resources and building bigger and bigger bases, and things get more and more expensive as you get good blueprints for like your armors and your weapons and stuff like that, and the saddles for your creatures. They start to get really expensive, so they'll cost like thousands of metal instead of 100. Or, you know, like 30,000 hide. Or some crazy shit like that. And so those things give more armor to your creatures, which means that you don't die, you know, when you get hit by turrets and stuff like that. And so it's just kind of this progression system. Yeah, absolutely, you can ride a T-Rex. You can ride a T-Rex, you can ride a Giganotosaurus, you can ride... Oh, I already got a bunch of stone in here, whoops. You've got basically all the different creatures that are rideable. You've got Brontos, you've got Trikes, you've got Stegos, you've got Quetzals, which are just enormous birds. You've got Pteranodons, obviously you've seen me riding. T-Rexes, Allosauruses, saber-toothed tigers, woolly mammoths, woolly rhinos, gigantic praying mantises, little spiders called Araneos. And then you've got creatures that will ride you. You may have seen them around, and I mentioned them, the Dimorphodon that I was talking about earlier. Actually, I believe this is one right here. Nope. But you have some smaller, usually flying creatures, but not always, that will actually perch on your shoulder and give you benefits dependent on what kind of creature it is. Probably the most powerful creature in the game on a strictly DPS perspective is either the Carcharodontosaurus or the Giganotosaurus, which are the two just enormous, like T-Rex style dinosaurs. And they are super cool. Let's put those in there. Let's see how this goes. But there are also tons of water creatures. So you can tame megalodons and mosasauruses and plesiosauruses and tusoteuthus, which are gigantic squids. And just all kinds of stuff can be tamed in the water as well. You've got amphibious creatures like frogs and crocodiles. Let's see if I can find a megalodon out here. Megalodons are extremely common. Oh no. Oh no. there's piranhas in the water. And they're hurdy. Looking forward to seeing how they do with Extinction on ASA. Really like that map's progression. I really like Extinction too. So I purchased Survival Evolved right when it first launched. Actually, I think I purchased it when it was still in early access. And I didn't really like it because the game was, I mean, just super buggy when it first came out. So I didn't actually start playing it until Ragnarok had been out for a little while. And then Extinction was just about to come out. And so the first map that I ever really played was Ragnarok, and then Extinction. And I played a lot of Extinction when it first came out. So I'm with you. I am very excited to see what they do. There's a Megalodon. Oh yeah, so you've got Megalodons, big old sharks out here. You've got manta rays, you've got giant whales, you've got, I mean, just all kinds of stuff out in the water. And, I mean, the ocean is huge. If you look at the map here, you know, you've got, the island is fairly large, but then there's all this ocean around the outside, and it's extremely deep. And there's tons of cool little places to base and stuff like that out there. So, yeah, I mean, the game is just massive. This freaking Allosaurus. He's trying to get over here near my creatures again. What's up, fucko? You got an RG. You can't do nothing. You and your level 10 ass. But yeah, no, I'm super looking forward to Extinction. That is why I'm making this character right now. I don't really care about like building up a base or anything like that, Gray. I'm just going to be trying to get boss fights and stuff done. Whether that means I've got to pay to have somebody help run me through them, or maybe I can get a really good stego and a really good shotgun and maybe get some of them done that way. Or whatever I've got to do, I'm going to be doing it. So that I can get, you know, some Ingrams, some tech Ingrams, and then get this character teleported over to the Extinction maps when they come out. I've considered maybe trying to join a tribe for Extinction, but because I don't intend to put a delay on my stream, obviously that would put anybody that I joined at a pretty huge disadvantage. And so there's probably not a lot of tribes that would be willing to have somebody who is live streaming their activities in their tribe, which is totally fine, totally understandable. You know, I don't hold that against anybody. You gotta do what you gotta do. So I'll probably end up playing solo. But we'll see. I'm pretty excited about it, either way. The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall's map size is insane. It's bigger than some IRL countries. I heard it's twice the size of the UK. There are some really big old school games. Some really big. The maps in ARK, independently, aren't that huge. But there's also not really any fast travel, at least not early on in the game. And if you create a teleporter so that you can teleport around the map, people have a tendency to come and grief them and blow them up. So there's not a ton of fast travel in this game. You just sort of have to take your mount and go. But when you combine all of the maps in ARK, you end up with a pretty substantial size for the game. Especially the later maps are pretty huge. I mean, Fjordor is like 4 maps combined or something like that, so pretty massive. I'm just being a little bit careful right now about raising up this Doedicurus. Because it's a 135, I just kind of really want to get it. So I haven't left to go do something else. I will, as soon as I feel comfortable, like I have enough narco berries in it, that it's not going to wake up before it tames, then I'll go ahead and go. In the meantime, I'm going to handpick some narco berries and do this way. The game that I'm really looking forward to that's going to have just an absolutely massive game world is Light No Fire. Someone said it's big, that you need to plan your journey. Some quests will have expiration dates and you got to plan your journey according to things like that. Oh, that's interesting. I've never played Elder Scrolls 2. The first Elder Scrolls I ever played. I will do no such thing, Party Wizard. If you don't be careful, I'll show you my no pants stance. Besides, look at that dump truck. Who wants to cover that up? Nobody wants to cover that up. All right. That might be good enough, but we're going to get some more just in case. And then we got to get a new Casteroids. We got to get a new Anki. And we can finally start farming again. I'm really excited for Volanosaurs again. Haven't used a Volanosaur in a while. I'm also pretty excited for Ragnarok coming up. I'm going to be excited to see how Lava Golem goes now that you can't do the Volanosaur cheese. Because you won't be able to, uncryo creatures back there. So people are going to have to be using like rockets and stuff like that instead to kill it. So I'm interested to see how Rag is going to change with the Golem. A lot of cool things happening in this game. A lot of cool things happening. Now that we're getting to Extinction coming out, I think you're probably going to start seeing a lot more of the players who are still playing ASE start making the migration over to ASA. Not having things like Volanosaurs, like Managarmers, like the Snow Owls. A lot of stuff got introduced in Extinction. It really sort of changed how the game was played. And I don't think a lot of players from ASE wanted to go back to a more primitive style of gameplay like we have right now, because we don't have Extinction out yet. But pretty much moving forward from Extinction, things start to get a lot more high-tech. You know, you've got mechs, you've got all kinds of stuff like that that gets added into the game. And so I think probably we're going to see a little bit of migration from ASE back over to ASA again once Extinction drops. And then from there, I think it'll just continue on that trend. And I think by the time all of the maps release, ASE will mostly be dead. I think the only thing that would have a chance to keep ASE alive, the creatures made a difference because of increased sustain. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, being able to get lots of electronics and stuff like that fairly easily. And being able to have, you know, like farms for that inside your larger bases, so you don't even have to go out to do some of that. Oh shoot, it's a T-Rex. What up, T-Rex? He's getting a little too close to my base. Gotcha farms were a big deal. Made a huge difference in the way the game was played. Just a ton of stuff like that. Just really changed. And higher stats, absolutely. He's mad at me. Got him. I really hope that ARK Survival Ascended starts to pull over all of the players from ARK Survival Evolved. I think having both games, you know, sort of splitting the community is having a pretty negative impact on ARK as a whole. And, I mean, I don't blame the players. Obviously, if you like some things about ASE, like being able to uncryo things anywhere and everywhere, you definitely want to continue to play that. But it definitely seems to be having a negative impact, I think, on the games. So I'm looking forward to maybe ASA getting to a point where those players don't feel a need to stay on ASE. Although honestly, coming back to ASA, the game feels much, much buggier than it was when I played when it first came out. Especially these platforms. The sinking through the platforms all the time and the weird jumping around and stuff is really not fun. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I don't like it. It's super glitchy. think it's probably okay. Black. I don't want to leave it yet. Don't want to leave it yet. I am a little too cautious in this game. But I think it's better to be safe than sorry. This game is not forgiving. Just picking berries. Trying to get those narco berries. Not getting very many narco berries all of a sudden at all. That's bullshit, ref. What level's that? 15, no good. This game is strange in that you go from moments of like extreme tension to moments of no tension. Like I'm literally just picking plants right now. And there's a pteranodon flying around, and there's a hyena over there, and we're just all kind of chilling, doing our own thing, no big deal. But not even 5 minutes ago, there was a T-Rex over here just murdering everything. And when you throw PvP into the mix, it's even more ridiculous. You just end up with these truly insane moments. Alright, we're gonna just feed this thing these 100 narcs here. We're gonna drop the rest of these berries and fiber on the floor. We're gonna go look for an Anki. Because I need an Anki. We're gonna fly over to the redwoods. We're gonna go check out the redwood area. See if we can't find an Anki over there. This is small tribes, so progress is significantly slower than you're probably used to seeing in a lot of videos. Primarily because there isn't a ton of live streamed ARK content anyway. But, you know, the videos that you see of a lot of other content creators are, oftentimes the footage is taken on unofficial clusters, which usually have like instant taming or extremely high rates or something like that. But also because they're all cut together, things just don't seem to take as long as they actually do. I mean, everything in this game, if you're planning on accomplishing a task in this game, you really kind of have to set aside like an hour when you're on the official server clusters. to get anything really done. You know, you want to do a metal run, and you want to really fill up, you know, like the full weight of a bug or something like that, that's an hour. You want to tame a creature, that's an hour. You want to, sometimes could be, you know, multiple hours if you were like taming a giga or something. But an hour is like the minimum amount of time investment to really accomplish a task in this game. Well, that's not terribly big, terribly bad. I don't really care about terror birds. Get some shadow stakes, that's nice. A little poly. Might have some value, who knows. Most lives I see on ARK is not the official servers. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And I totally get it. The unofficial clusters are much more forgiving because higher rates just means, you know, if somebody stream snipes you or something like that and kills you, blows up all your stuff, takes everything, then you're able to get back in quite a bit faster than you would be able to if you were playing on the official cluster. You know, if somebody stream snipes me and comes and blows up all my stuff, like I haven't been playing for like 10 hours now over the course of yesterday and today. So that puts me back 10 hours. And that's, you know, the getting to the level I'm at doesn't matter. Having my character doesn't really matter until quite a bit later when you start getting tech and stuff like that, start getting tech engrams. But right now, like, sure, I'm in level 75, but it would take me 10 minutes to get back to level 75 if I completely lost my character for some reason. It's 100% about the items and stuff like that that you have. You should probably be a little more careful and a little more diligent about... my favorite spot to live on the island in ARK Survival Ascended is the Pearl Caves, as a solo, anyway. Because of the changes to how turrets work, you can get a really good turret inside the small Pearl Caves. You can get like an insane turret wall. And they shrunk the entrances so you can't even get bassies into the small Pearl Caves anymore. So I think they're probably the best. The problem is that Pearl Caves are just super meshable. And you can just lure an Alpha Tuso over there and let it attack things through the wall of the Pearl Cave and just completely destroy somebody's base in there. So there's not really any ability to live in the Pearl Caves. But if that wasn't a thing, and people weren't a bunch of cheating nerds, then the Pearl Caves would be super fun to live in. Made it better and broke it all at the same time. Well, so the same thing was always possible on Survival Evolved also. You could just mesh through and get an alpha to bite, or to tentacle attack through. So that's not really worse than Evolved was. It's just annoying that it's still a problem. They marketed ARK Survival Ascended as this like huge update and upgrade to the game, and it absolutely wasn't. They pretty much just copy-pasted their code from UE4 into UE5 and made some small visual adjustments. And they have done some work to fix some of the problems. Like I think they got rid of grapple glitching in ASA. I'm fairly certain you can't grapple glitch in ASA anymore. And there have been a couple of things like that that they've corrected with ASA, and then they've made the adjustment to cryopods and stuff like that. But when we were first hearing about what ASA was going to be, there was a lot of talk about a much grander sort of remake of the game instead of just an engine update. So I was a little disappointed in that. I would have liked to have seen a more modern ARK, but hopefully we'll get that with ARK 2. I think Wildcard has learned quite a bit about how to make a survival game. They've got this game, they have... Yeah, I did too, Party Wizard. And I played the ever-loving shiznit out of it. I mean, I only played up until the island servers opened for transfer. And I put in over 1,000 hours in that time. I haven't played in over a year, almost a year, something like that. It's been a long time since I've played ARK. But in that first couple of months, I think it was 3 months, I played 1,000 hours. I was getting after it, and it was a lot of fun. And I was on a really good server. It was fairly cooperative and didn't run around killing each other. We were all just prepping for when the transfers opened. And they kept pushing it off, and they kept pushing it off. And so we had a whole Discord server, and you would post in there when you were farming certain things so people wouldn't go and try and farm the same thing as you, and nobody killed each other. And every now and then somebody would come into the server and try and get started and just start killing people. And so then we would just kill them every time we saw them. Obviously not teaming in PvP, because totally against the rules. But, teaming for boss fights and, just sort of having this non-aggression treaty. And our Alpha tribe made like 3 huge bases. They took Hard Underwater, they took the Swamp Cave, and they took one other cave. And they had huge bases in all 3. It might have been the Ice Cave. But they were just massive. But I don't even think that server exists anymore. I was trying to find it because I wanted to get my old character. Because it had alpha on all the island boss fights, so it would have been much easier to get Tech Ingrams. But I don't even think that character exists anymore because I don't think that server exists. Which was too bad. That was actually the furthest I've ever gotten a character. Because I mostly play solo, I have a really hard time getting boss fights and stuff done. Because I never get to a point where I've built up enough. To go and try and get like really good creatures and stuff for boss fighting. I spend most of my time just farming and dying. Does mean I build a lot of bases though. Which is fun. I do like building bases in this game. And, I mean, even still, it doesn't really matter where you're going to build your base. There's always going to be cheaters. So, I think that even in light of the fact that it's fairly easy to mesh the Pearl Caves, there's still a pretty decent spot to base. Because you still have to, wait for somebody who's willing to cheat to come and blow it up. And so that sort of limits the number of people who are going to attack you. And so just one of those groups of people who cheat If an alpha tribe has an artifact cave, how do people do boss fights? They give you the artifacts. We had public teleports at all of the artifacts. So all of the alpha tribes built and maintained public artifacts or public teleports on top of the artifacts. So if you owned an artifact cave, then like the rule on the server was you had to have a public teleport on the artifact. And so people could just teleport in and get the artifact. And you had to enclose it so that like your turrets and stuff wouldn't hurt. So there was a lot of trust on my server. We also were doing, because you get the bonus levels for having every note in the game or on the map, and so we were doing that also. And so I had a pearl cave, but there was a note in my pearl cave, and so I straight up left the TP to the inside of my base open because there were no internal turrets, and let everybody on the server come into my base and get the explorer's note. And nobody took anything from my base, nobody tried to blow it up, nothing. I had like 20 or 30 different people come into my base to get that note one time or another. But it was, you don't shit where you eat, right? And I think that's something that people should take to every server that they play on. And I hope that it happens when these Extinction servers open, because it's all well and good to want to fight and try and be like the alpha tribe of the server and try and take over an Extinction server. But if you want to hold your Extinction server when transfers open, then you need to have not fought as much as possible. Right? There's plenty of resources for 3 or 4 tribes on a single server, 3 or 4 huge tribes on a single server to share and play. And so if you adopt a more cooperative stance, then when transfers open, then you're all stronger. Now, you still can't team to do defenses and stuff like that, but because I haven't been wasting my resources, right, wasting my bullets defending against other tribes on my server, because I haven't been wasting my soakers on trying to destroy other tribes on my server, I am now significantly stronger than I would be. So when somebody comes to try and take over or to wipe me off of my Extinction server, then I'm good to go. Because I have all of my defenses. I mean, I had, as a solo, Yertle5150 has joined. But as a solo, I had 100 fully capped turrets on my death wall. Because nobody was messing with me. And I had like 2 vaults. Yeah, I think I had fully capped turrets and then 2 vaults worth of ARB backup. And I was just trading ARB to the Alpha Tribe and stuff like that for boss fights, for element, for whatever I needed. So I didn't even have to like do boss fights. I just farmed ARB, and I was doing, I don't know, 40 or 50k ARB a day by myself. And I was trying to push it to get to 80. But, I mean, when you're in a cooperative position like that, then you just don't have to worry. And you get to farm up, and had some good lines that I got from the Alpha tribe because we were sharing lines. And so they had really good bassies. I think we had 62 health bassies and 60 something health stegos. So I had, you know, some really good soakers and stuff like that. I was honestly in a really good position. If I wish that the time it hadn't taken so long for them to open up transfers, because that I think let some of the bigger tribes get too strong before they had to start fighting each other. That some of the smaller tribes, you know, because I got to the point where I was all capped out and didn't really know what else to do fairly early on. I mean, like a month and a half, 2 months in, I was pretty well capped out. And so then I had like a whole nother month and a half or something like that before the server transfers opened. And so I didn't make a ton of progress in that last month and a half or so because I just kind of slowed down. You know, I wasn't as into it. I was getting a little bored doing the same thing over and over again every day. And so I feel like that was kind of a... Ooh, it's a kangaroo. Procoptodons are so hard to get on this server. Well, I don't want a level 15 Anki. But yeah, I mean, it was a lot of fun. It was super cool to meet some of those people and to get to play with them. Trading bugs with them was really easy, so I got to fly around on a bug all the time, which was really fun. Bugs are so strong. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I need to get a bug. Maybe I can track down who the alpha is on here. Trade them some ARB for a bug. A whole lot of people coming onto the server today. It's kind of crazy. I feel shocked. What levels is T-Rex? Level 80. Bummer. Oh, Anki. Where are you? I do really just enjoy flying around, though. Looking at, you know, creatures with my spyglass and seeing high-level creatures just kind of wandering around. I love the ruse. Don't know if they're any good for PvP, but they're early game fun for PvE. So ruse are pretty good for PvP. Shoot. I only have 21. I don't think I have enough arrows to knock out this 130. Dang it. I didn't think about bringing extra arrows with me because I planned to bring my Anki back. Ruse are really good for PvP. Primarily, ruse are used for cheesing some of the boss fights, though. Especially on the island, you can cheese both the Megapithecus and the Broodmother with a kangaroo. So they make the boss fights way, way easier on PvE or PvP. And then they have a really good knockback. So they get used sometimes in defenses to try and knock people back. And then of course, you know, their pouch. Since we don't have Maywings and stuff like that in ASA right now, the pouch on the ruse is pretty important. Or at least it can be pretty important for raising up creatures. But I love roos. They're super cool. What's up, little piggy? They jump in sandstorms. Oh, I didn't know that they jumped in the sandstorms. I don't play a lot of Scorched Earth, so I'm not really familiar with sort of what creatures have benefits in Scorched Earth. But being able to move quickly in a sandstorm is absolutely a benefit. Decent hatchet, ooh. And some antidotes, nice. So the reason I was so happy to get this, or is it this? These blueprints for ammunitions are really useful because they allow you to queue up more than 1,000 of an ammo at a time. So typically, inside of a single fabricator or smithy, you can only queue up 1,000 of an ammo. But if you have another blueprint for it, then you can double that. So instead of having to have, 10 fabricators to make 10,000 bullets at a time, you could have one fabricator with 10 blueprints in it and make 10,000 bullets at a time. Now you have to wait, right? So you really only want, 5? You have 5 slots worth of stuff that you can have active at a time. And you have to wait for it to go through it all, but it also means that you have to go back and interact with your fabricator a lot less also. Because it's taking more time for it to finish all of its crafting. So just really, really important. Now that one for the long neck ammo, not terribly important. But if you're trying to make a whole lot of trank darts or something like that, it could be useful. This is yellow rhino. Level 50, bummer. I'm going to be looking out for all kinds of different yellow creatures, because I got a kind of whole yellow theme going on with my channel. What level are you? Level 50. Level 10. Okay, we're taking the level 50. That's just going to be good enough right there. If I see a better one, then I'll get it. But this one looks cool. It's level 50. Got a big old red spiky tail. I dig it. We're gonna go over to this red drop over here too. Because you never know what you could find in a red drop. Oh my gosh, I love ARK. I hate that I love this game. I hate that this is the best game like this available right now. I really need a better ARK to come out so that I can really just totally lose myself into that game. Just something that's not glitchy. I'm so hopeful for ARK 2. I'm so hopeful that Wildcard starts that game with better code than they started this game with. And that we just get a much, much better version of ARK. I know people are a little hesitant about you know, the fact that it's supposed to be an action combat and stuff like that, I'm actually okay with that. I'm not super good at action combat. I'm not super good at the, you know, sort of Souls-like play. But, darn, that red drop disappeared or got taken. But I am interested in playing games like that because I like to feel more immersed in my character. Right? I want to feel like I am who I'm playing. And in this game, you don't really feel that way. You're very, very back from your character, especially when you're riding creatures. You feel very much like an observer or like sort of a hand of God, right? You're controlling things and moving things around, but you're not the person that you're moving. So I'm hopeful that the next iteration of ARK will change how that feels a little. And I'm hopeful that, you know, some of the meshing problems and some of the other stuff that we see in this game just kind of go away in ARK 2. Because hopefully they figure out how to combat those things. Or find a better way to... That is one seriously green moose down there, holy cow. Or find a better way to, you know, have people report those issues or those players that are doing those things and, you know, take action against those players. We'll see. Is that a red one with a ring around it down there? I think it might be. Definitely gonna go for it. It's my precious. Wants it. It is not a red one with a ring around it. That's okay. Still a red. Still gonna go for it. And take everything out. Yeah. Yeah, they've got a lot of stuff spammed off on this map. There's not really any opportunity for any tribe other than the Alpha tribe, I don't think, to really play on this map right now. And that's just kind of the case with island maps in general. They're fairly small compared to a lot of the other maps that are coming in the future. Those and Scorched Earth tend to only have room for about one big tribe. And, you know, they've been out for a really long time, and so everybody knows where all the good spots are. Everybody knows, you know, where people build their fobs if they're trying to fob a server. Everybody just kind of knows where all that stuff is going to happen. And so they just put up defenses for it so that it can't be an issue. And so you just kind of don't have an option to do that stuff, which is fine. Just like you don't want to blow people up in the server that you're living on, because you don't necessarily want to have to fight those people, you also don't want to have people fighting you on the server that you're living on. Life is just so much easier if you can just, you know, run around doing your farming on your server without having to worry about what's going on. Now, eventually, obviously, if you're a huge tribe, the easiest way to farm is to take your transmitter teleport, right next to a big pile of rocks that you want to get or whatever, farm those out, and then teleport back. But it is game theory, Gray. That is exactly. I watched a video a couple of weeks ago, and it really kind of opened my eyes. And it's kind of the way I've always played games anyway. But they were talking about how the prisoner's dilemma is all well and good, but in most real life situations, you're not engaging with the prisoner's dilemma one time with another person. You're engaging many times with that person. And so the best course of action that they were able to find for winning at the prisoner's dilemma in those situations was actually to start off cooperatively with the other player and only betray that player if they betrayed you first. And then immediately forgive that person if they didn't betray you a second time. So, and it makes a lot of sense. And so there are sort of two different things that happen in ARK, where when you're on your server, you're playing the prisoner's dilemma with people that you're going to continue to play the prisoner's dilemma with over and over and over again. And so you need to take that stance of cooperation and retaliation. But if you go to another server, then there's a possibility that you may never interact with that tribe again or that person again. Or you may not interact with them very often. Depending on, whether or not they find you or whether or not they know what server you live on or something like that. So in that situation, you're actually in the position of the one-time prisoner's dilemma. And so you have an opportunity to maybe betray that person, right, to kill them and take all their stuff and end up way ahead and setting them way behind. And then they don't really have the ability to betray you back. So it was 10% of the time you weren't supposed to retaliate. So you always forgave immediately. If... Why does this person have rocks? They just started attacking rocks over there by them? That's funny. So you retaliated all the time. Or, sorry, you retaliated 90% of the time if they betrayed you. And so 10% of the time they would betray you and you wouldn't retaliate. So they wouldn't feel the need to retaliate against you, because that was how you broke out of that retaliation loop. If somebody else was also playing the retaliate game, you needed to be able to break out of, okay, so I just can't farm berries with this at all. Got it. And you didn't want to end up in that loop where, you were just retaliating back and forth over and over. So if one player 10% of the time didn't retaliate, then that would break you out of that loop, and then you could just go back to cooperating again. But it was a really interesting YouTube video. And, I mean, game theory is extremely interesting. The one thing that particular study didn't take into account was a disparity in power. So, in the prisoner's dilemma, you both have equal... Sorry, my throat's getting a little dry. You both have equal ability to betray each other, and you will benefit the same as the other one when you do that. However, in, for example, ARK, where sometimes players are much, much stronger or much, much better at the game, they don't have to worry cooperating, because even if you're the one to betray, right, you're the one who attacks first, if they're significantly stronger than you or significantly better than you, then even when they betray or when you betray them, they have the ability to kill you and ultimately get the benefit of that betrayal without actually having to betray you. And so you get put into a position where you have no choice but to cooperate and no ability to retaliate. And so there is a significant problem, and it's why so many PvP games that have open PvP, like, for example, Albion Online, it's why people feel so much dissatisfaction with them, because not only is the cooperate, retaliate, forgive model the best model, it's also the model that most people will play under naturally. And it's the most fun that most people will have. Right? Most players want to primarily cooperate, only betraying every now and then to see if maybe they can, squeeze out a little extra for themselves. And to primarily PvP based on retaliation, not instigation. And so because the model doesn't account for disparities in power and skill, you end up with players who are significantly stronger, just killing everybody on sight, and always being the aggressor. And so then weaker players start to take on that same posture, because, well, if it happens to me, I might as well do it to everybody else. And they can't retaliate against the people who killed them because they're not strong enough or they're not good enough. And so they start to take out their retaliations on even players who are weaker than them. And, shit just kind of rolls downhill. I think that's what ultimately starts to create the really toxic environments that we see in PvP MMOs and games like ARK and stuff like that. So if you could find a way to equalize that, to put people on more of an even footing, then I think that would make significant progress towards limiting some of that toxicity and improving how people feel about their time in a game. I'm going to leave that there for a second. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to fly up to Skycap real quick. Goodness, this is laggy. Oh, but I got to get something to eat. So I'm going to fly up here where I can be a little safe. I'm going to go snag me some food. And I will be right back. Oh, I want to catch you before you leave here. Yeah, it's been great talking to you, Gray. Absolutely. Make sure you come on back. Get in the chat again. missed it because I went to go get food, and I don't think you're probably here anymore, Gray. But I do want to say thanks for the follow. And thanks a lot for being in the chat. I had a really good time talking to you, so I hope you come back. Let's get rid of that person who's trying to sell me viewers. Gross. So I am back at my computer, but I do still have to eat. But if anybody has any questions, concerns, comments, random musings that they'd like to put in the chat, throw it up. I'd happily talk about it while I'm eating. I'm back, Quizza. How was your movie? What were you watching? All right. Feeling good now. Waffleman joined the ARK. We got a whole lot of people coming in here. Pretty much been like this all day, but still. I'm a little bit scared. Japanese movie called Kaibutsu means monster. Slice of life kind of film. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Alright, make me a new Anki saddle here. Do you speak Japanese, or were you watching it in another language? Or, sorry, were you watching it, like, dubbed or subbed or something like that? Alright, good deal. Got ourselves a bright red Anki. Now let's go get a asteroids. And then we'll finally be back to where we were at the beginning of the day today. Oh, nice, cool. I took Japanese for 1 semester in college. I do not speak or understand any Japanese. There's another person joining this server. What is up? So many people running around. I am definitely gonna get killed today. I'm not rocking any parachutes. I don't have any equipment. I don't have any blueprints. I'm just running around like an idiot. Bare asses the day I was born. I am going to get murked. I should probably tame some extra RGs and stuff. Yes, I am on a PvP server. Because you know me, I'm a glutton for punishment. I am terrible at PvP. And yet I still constantly play PvP games. I'm looking at this Doedicurus like I need a third Doedicurus. Honestly, the sounds, the music and stuff in ARK is pretty good too. I like that it crescendos sometimes, because I normally have it turned pretty far down. And then those crescendos are kind of interesting. I really do love just almost everything about this game. It is only the fact that it is really easy for people to cheat that causes me any sort of hesitancy to play this game just literally all day, every day for my entire life. Oh, nice. Good job. Way to go, Quizza. Murk all those fools. Ooh, it's a tappy. Oh, just a level 40 tappy. Meow. Gonna get a new beaver. Gonna get a new beaver. The other thing I have to consider is getting a bug. In order to get a bug, I have to get a bigger creature, like a paracer or something like that. But then I can just use that to get any kind of bug I want. Bugs really aren't that difficult to get. And they're super good. Super duper good. I'm out here flying around all slow as shit. Could be flying around all fast as fuck. Also played some Marvel Rivals in the afternoon with Jeff the Shark, who's not that good DPS, but insane at healing. Didn't focus on killing anyone, just focused on healing. Oh, nice. How'd those games go? Did you win any? Won the game but got called trash with 0 sk. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Gotta love. Why doesn't the healer have any kills? Gosh. Some people are just stupid. Get away from me, piranhas. Alright, we're gonna come over here. And we're gonna go in this. Throw all this stuff out. Get these casteroids chasing me. So I can see how many of them there are. What levels they are. A level 20 and a level 15. Alright, I think it's just those two from earlier. The level 20 and the level 15. Lag. I'll need the Dilophosaur. You know, I haven't played any Marvel Rivals, so I have no idea who Jeff the Shark even is. But I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Because let's face it, it's a video game. It's really all that matters. That's fine, you butthead casteroids. Just keep biting me, why don't you? It's freaking raining again. I really freaking hate the rain. It rains here way too much. Even in the non-rainy season, it rains here like as much as it rains in my entire year back home. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. I want to move back to my nice dry desert. What did I just get? A Sarco saddle. Need an Iguanodon saddle. We need an Arenio saddle. The Arenios are the spiders. You can ride around on a big old spider. Shoot webs at people. Ooh, there's a Titanosaur. Yep, the shark is just a funny character they made, I guess. Just a small shark with just one attack. Well, the rest of the characters have different types of attacks, but gets 2 different types of heals. Okay. Cool, cool. I mean, the Holy Trinity exists because the Holy Trinity works. Keeping people alive is one of, if not the most important part of those games. Oh, is that where I got killed from earlier? I think that might be where I got killed from earlier. Oh, oh maybe. A little teleport for favela style. Must be the Alpha tribe on this server. Oops. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was gonna get stuck way up in the air, and I was definitely too high to jump off and not die. Oh, I can jump off and not die. It's funny that a lot of the spam around this map was made by a different tribe, and I imagine they probably got killed. And now this other server this other tribe has taken over and just left all their spam in all the places that they want spammed off, and not worried about destroying it. Which I find hilarious. Also good at using Moon Knight in that game, but literally no one picks healers. Everybody plays duelist or tanks. You don't have to, Quizza. Those people want you to feel like you have to because they want a healer. And they're too much of wusses to be the healer themselves. You should play whoever makes you happy. If being a healer makes you happy, then more power to you. Don't play characters you don't want to play just because you feel like you have to. Those people aren't going to be in your future games, so you're not building up goodwill with people so that maybe they'll take the healer spot next time. You know, you're playing with randoms. You gotta be a little selfish. Just a little bit, though. Alright. Let's knock this asteroids out. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Miss Mississippi. Nighty night, Beaver. Alright, Mr. Anki, do you have some berries on you? We've got some medjos. But what you don't have is narco berries. Let's get narco berries. Yeah, no, limiting the amount of time your teammates have to spend out of the fight, returning to the fight, is huge. Absolutely. 100% a good idea. Give me that back. It's mine, you stupid casteroids. Who's gonna feed this thing all 270 of these narco berries? Keep it knocked out for a good long time. Bunch on those for me. Put some stuff away. Been talking to myself for a minute here. Whoops. We're just gonna get some thatch and then go use our RG to go get some hide, so we can make our casteroid saddle. That'll be enough for a little while there. You already have some hide. Negatory. Alright. Let's go find some creatures to murder and get some hide. Isn't the mobile base easy to get attacked by someone? Yes, it is. But any base that I would build at this point would be fairly easy for somebody to attack. I'm not even level 100 yet. So I don't even have heavy turrets. So really what I'm looking to do right now isn't really about making a base and making defenses and stuff like that. I need to get myself to a position where I can effectively make like some shotgun shells and a shotgun, and just have somewhere to come back to with some stuff in the future. And then we'll start seeing about maybe making a base. We're gonna see how long or how well this goes. Something I'd really prefer to do is to just get up on a Quetzal, because you can avoid using really any of your resources on defenses if you're on a flying base. And so that would just be really easy. my god, the lag is so bad right now. Why am I not hitting this enemy at all? So dumb. But a Quetzal is a giant flying bird. So I can take the bird like all the way up to Skycap and just set it up there. And it won't be totally safe. But it would be mostly safe that way for a couple of days at least. And that would be enough just to kind of get me going. Get me to where maybe I can get some stuff worth trading. Get my boss fights done. Sad those moss chops got away. They're usually really good for hide. The lag right now is making it so that a lot of my hits aren't registering though. It's making life very difficult. That's another thing that ASA is going to have to fix. Or ARK 2, not ASA. ARK 2 is going to have to fix the lag problem. Because I can't be contending with lag every time a server gets even slightly full. And people start doing stuff. Like, that's the point. The game wants to have people in it. It wants to be doing stuff. So if every time that starts happening, lag starts going crazy, then the game just dies. And we don't want the game to die. Oh, hey, look. It's a trike. Level 15 trike. Nice and easy to kill. Alright, Asteroid Saddle, let's get crafted. You search for MMORPGs coming in 2025. You can see Light No Fire in every list. Don't think it's going to happen, but it's still there. Yeah, that's fairly common when no date is given. People just always put it for the next year. Or if it's super early in the year, then they'll say, oh, it's probably coming out, you know, late this year. Even though they don't know squat. My goodness, this lag is killer. There are Castroids in there though, so check this out. Castroids aren't very fast on land. They're actually like stupid quick in the water. You can just kind of swim them around. Look at things. I used to do this a lot, and they have a really good oxygen stat, so while you run out of oxygen fairly quickly and require a scuba suit to be down there for very long, they don't. So, when I was first living in my pearl cave, I used to use the asteroids to get back and forth and go farm wood. And instead of leveling up melee like I normally would on a wood gathering creature like this, I leveled up weight. Okay, F that. We're just gonna go grab our Argentavis. Come pick this bad boy up. That's just easier. Alright, so I got 3 forges in there. 6, 7, 8, 9, so we're doing 3 stacks per forge. There's also an MMORPG called Quinfall by a Turkish studio, which supposedly is said to have one of the biggest MMO maps ever. Yeah, so I've looked into Quinfall a little bit. It's already getting kind of a reputation as a bit of a scam. Now, I'm not 100% sure on whether or not it is a scam, or whether or not it's legitimately going to be this wonderful MMO game that they claim it's going to be. It was supposed to have released already. There was a little bit of a miscommunication, I guess, about whether or not it was releasing, or if it was just going into an alpha, or what was going on. And so there was like this whole to-do earlier on in the year about Kinfall releasing. And then some people were looking at, some of the trailers and stuff like that, and noticing that there were a lot of just pre-purchased assets in the game. And so if it was straight up releasing, there was quite a bit of concern about, what the quality was going to be like for the game. And so some of that has kind of been mitigated. Some of that has kind of been mitigated by the fact that it didn't release, and, the developer was like, no, we never meant to say that it was releasing. What we meant to say was we were going into some sort of an alpha or something like that, a testing phase. There was a language barrier or something. And so the game hasn't fully released, and they are still developing it, so hopefully it does turn out to be a really good game. If it's as expansive and as interesting as they claim it's going to be, then I'll be down for it. But considering how unknown the studio is, and I hate to say this, because a lot of the best games that I've ever played have come from indie developers. But indie developers are a real mixed bag. Every now and then you get Black Myth Wukong, but most of the time you get ARK. And things are just a buggy, ridiculous mess. And, I mean, that's also true of AAA studios at this point. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt, I guess. But okay, you stupid bird. Okay, we now have 2 Dodicaruses worth of stone. We're gonna need to do some stuff with that stone at some point. But for right now, it can just stay there, sitting in the Dodicaruses. I just want to pick up Yankee. Okay, I'm going to take this Anki up here and I'm going to try and... Oh, nope, he got me. I think I might have actually gotten away here. You're wrecked, nerd. Right, we're gonna leave Anki there. We're gonna leave it on neutral, so it'll defend itself. And I'm gonna go try and save my other dinos. But I need to come out in a different location. I don't want them to see me come out here and realize that that's maybe where I left my Anki. Alright. Goodness. We're gonna go for the good Dodicarus now, first. This person's really bad with this lightning wyvern. Lol. Gotta gain some stamina here. We got it. I should have brought more stamina with me before heading over there. I honestly didn't think they'd be back chilling waiting for me like that. This is what I'm talking about, though, is black. Need to try and get back over there and get my get my cryos. But this person doesn't need anything from me. This isn't a fight. Honestly, I don't even understand why this is going on. What's the value for this person in killing me? How bored do you have to be? And how bad do you have to be? I mean, this person lost an Argentavis on a wyvern. I did save my Anki, so there's at least going to be that. I don't think this person is going to be able to find my Anki unless they have some sort of ESP. Raft was destroyed. Oh, okay, so they just straight up blew the whole thing up. Got it. I can go show you a card jar. I know where one is. What tribe was that? Oh, favela style, okay. So that's the tribe who apparently owns this server too. So that's a huge alpha tribe. So the only reason that they're coming to kill me, it seems like, is to kick me off the server. And basically say, like, nobody can be here but us. We want this whole server. Which is kind of stupid. They're not farming any of the resources on this server, nor should they farm any of the resources on this server. Now that we have some more maps, the island is just not a good server for farming resources. So they should be transporting off to other servers and gathering resources there. So I am not really in competition with them by being on this server. And as a solo Bob on a raft, there's just not really anything that I'm doing here that's going to have any sort of effect on them. So I'm going to go see what they left me. They blew up my raft, so all of my structures got destroyed. So everything is going to be laying on the ground now. I'd like to get my 2 trikes and my PT. And honestly, I meant to go put those things in upload. And I forgot. So I'm actually going to be pretty sad if I can't get those. We'll see what happens. They haven't killed one of my Dodicaruses or my Casteroids. I don't know if they're waiting for me so they can kill me again when I'm naked. I don't know. We've got the Anki hidden, so they're not going to get that. Although I am going to have a pretty hard time getting the Anki to a drop now, so that I can upload it. But that's fine. If I got to carry it, I'll carry it. Or if I got to ride it, I'll ride it. That's fine. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. But this is kind of what tribes do, is they spend a lot of time patrolling their own servers and looking to eliminate people on their own servers. And that's just not really all that valuable. And it's why they're bored all the time. You know, there are tons of big tribes out there that they could go and attack. Tribes who are pretty similarly powerful to them. So there would be no problem for them to go and attack those tribes and have really good PvP. The problem is that those tribes are more difficult to kill. So that death essence has something to do with the Oasis, or yeah, if I lose all my stuff, I do start all over again. I do start all over again. Follow me, Dodicarus. Go on passive. Well, poop. I lost both of my Dodicaruses. Wow, it looks like they took most of the resources and stuff. I'm actually kind of surprised at that. Come here, Casteroids. Oh yeah, but that totally set me back. I gotta totally rebuild. It is a little unfortunate, but it's not really that big of a deal. I wasn't very far along. Primarily what I had been spending time doing was accumulating these creatures. And I've only lost the Dodicaruses this time. It looks like for the most part, they just took all the bags of all of my stuff. So did I get my metal? I got my 26 metal. Okay. So a big part of this game that people, you have to want to start over to be able to play a game like this, or like Rust, or one of those other really hardcore base destroying PvP games. These are straight up survival games, right? You are surviving. And a big part of that is that there are people trying to kill you and take all of your stuff. And while you may not be able to call this like a real life survival scenario, because it's really not, this isn't exactly how things would go if, you know, shit hit the fan. But you know, you are out here warring against other tribes, and the whole goal is to still be alive in whatever form that takes, right? Sometimes still being alive means going ahead and running away with some of your dinosaurs. That person didn't kill all of my dinos, right? They didn't get my casteroids because it had chased them out into the water and they didn't go kill it out there. I managed to get away with my Anki. So I'm not starting totally over, right? When I started totally over, I was bare naked on the beach with nothing but my fists. And to get my first bit of resources, I had to punch a tree. I am not in that position now. So I have made progress. Right? I've made more steps forward than I was just set back. Now I have 14 Frank arrows and an Argentavis saddle. So I'm going to leave my creatures there. I've got my Anki on neutral. And I should probably just go ahead and weigh the Anki down. My Casteroids doesn't have anything, never mind. But there doesn't seem to be any dangerous creatures here. So I'm going to go run back over that way. And I'm going to find a low-level RG. And I'm going to tame it. And then I'm going to have a flyer again. And then I'm basically going to be right back to where I was. And then this time, I think, instead of basing on a raft, I'm going to go ahead and make my base somewhere in the trees. And just make a really small little base. And start cooking up some metal and stuff. We'll find ourselves a little hole in a wall somewhere to back our base up into, because you can't really trust tree cover because people run INIs. They adjust their INI file so that things like leaves and stuff don't render, so they can see right through all the trees. So you can't really trust tree cover in this game. You have to get solid mesh cover. Right? They can get rid of all the rocks, they can get rid of all the trees, they can get rid of all that stuff. So you have to specifically look for solid mesh cover to put over your head so that they can't see you. But we'll find ourselves a little spot, and we'll go get another base started. We got some hyenas over here. You leave me alone, hyenas. I don't want to talk to you. You ugly. You're just as ugly on the inside as you are on the outside. Yeah, but I don't feel too bad about that. Could have been much, much worse. Oh, goodness, there's a 140 RG. There's a level 5. You know what? It's just about creating an advantage so that they don't lose their stuff. Which honestly rarely works. Okay, this stupid saber tooth is gonna piss me off. What level are you? Do I have regular arrows? I've been playing too much once human. I just tried to roll and dodge this stupid saber tooth. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so glitchy. Can I please just shoot the stupid tiger? Goodness gracious. What level are you? Level 40? I don't think I have enough durability. Durability's only 12. Oh, and I've only got 13 arrows. Honestly, I don't think I can kill this. Even this. That's an obelisk. There are 3 of them on every map. There's a blue one, a green one, and a red one on every map. And that's where you go to put the tributes and the artifacts that you have to gather in order to activate the boss fights, so that you can go do the boss fights. Okay, well, now we're in a bit of a pickle. Because I don't have everything I need to tame this RG here. Or to tame an RG. So we are going to get started building a base with just my 2 little creatures over here. Raw prime fish meat, no thank you. If that had said something like Tinto Berry, I would have totally tamed that. Lost Chops OP. Alright, so let's go back to my little creatures over here. Let's get started building something. Why is my Casteroids and my Ankies separated? Oh, my Casteroids was on follow, and it chased me. That could have ended poorly. Okay, let's use my Casteroids to find a base location. Somewhere where I can create something small. Gonna get some sleep, enjoy the rest of your game? I will. Thanks for stopping by, Quizza. Hope you have yourself a great day. Hopefully by the next time you drop by, I won't be in shambles. That's almost a decent spot. Make something real tiny. Don't need a whole lot, but 2x2 is probably more than enough. This is kind of hidden. You can only really see back in here from one direction at a time. Oh no, not a Microraptor. Please. Please leave me alone, Microraptor. And regular raptor. Okay. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's a little rock ledge. Is there any overhang? It doesn't look like it. So the biggest thing you're looking to do is Oh no, not hollows. I should have been doing this on foot. Thankfully, it seems like... And that's a T-Rex. Ruh-roh. It seems like the game is being laggy enough right now. I don't really have to worry. We'll just get back in the water, swim, and we should be able to outrun the T-Rex this way. No problemo. Goodness gracious. Ooh, a pretty deep pool right there. Honestly, drop a vacuum tube down here. Probably be pretty invisible. Obviously, I don't have one of those because I don't have any Ingrams, but doesn't look like there's really anywhere here. Riding around on the asteroids. And this just takes me right out into the ocean here. Punk. Obviously nothing here. Well, I mean, you could fit maybe a 1x2 back here. Not really good enough, though. Oh, but I've only got 5 minutes. I have to reset my GeForce Now session. You could almost get some forges back in there. I'm looking for just a really small spot. I'm not trying to be super conspicuous or anything. On a little bitty base where I can build up and craft materials. I honestly don't even really need a fabricator, except for like shotgun shells and stuff. So if I have to, I can move the fabricator somewhere else. I really just need a smithy. Oh no, you use a smithy for shotgun shells, don't you? So I just need the fabricator for the shotgun. Okay, well I'm going to turn you all onto a black screen for just a minute here, because I have to turn off the game and restart. Because we've been playing for 6 hours now, and that means our NVIDIA GeForce Now session is just about up. Honestly, something I might go ahead and do is go build a small base in a pearl cave. And the reason I might do that is that they're out of the way enough that somebody has to intentionally go looking for a base in each and every pearl cave. And I mean, it's true that the Alpha Tribe might go ahead and do that, but I suppose the other option would be maybe to try and talk to the Alpha Tribe and just let them know, hey, I'm only trying to be here for a week. I'm trying to build up enough to maybe be able to buy some boss fights. Um, Not trying to live here permanently. I'm going to be moving once Extinction drops. And maybe they'll even help me out. You never know. Or maybe they'll tell me that I can absolutely get bent, and then I'll know maybe I should move to another server. Alright, we gotta go back in, do all of our console commands again. Sorry. There you go. So we turn the shadow quality off. We turn off the volumetric cloud. We turn off the volumetric fog. And then we go to gamma 3. And while it makes things look a little washed out during the daytime, it also brightens things up a little bit at night, which will help you all see a little better. Ooh, a trilobite. Let's get us some chitin. Why are trilobites still so bugged out? Goodness. That was redonkulous. Okay, so what are we doing? We're looking for a cave. Or somewhere to lay my head down. Let's head over this way. Generally, the more on the beach you are, the worse off you're gonna be. We call it beach bobbing. You just keep building your base on the beach. So honestly, I probably should go inland and just search for a spot inland. But things are dangerous inland. And I am a beach bob. But more than anything, I'm just trying to find a place that has some rock cover over the top of it. Hmm. having a little trouble getting up there. Anyway, keep looking around. Riding on my casteroids. Get out of the way, tree. I could have just come from this side. Lol. Or maybe not. There we go. Oh, nothing up here. The other thing is to find a place that doesn't get searched a lot. So there are lots of little holes in this map that I already know of, but that are extremely well known and larger than I necessarily need. And if I go to one of those places to build my base, then 100% that Alpha Tribe is going to patrol those areas and search them daily, every other day, however often they search the map here. And, you know, they know where all those spots are. They've got wyverns, they're really fast. They just zip around to those spots, they check them out. And if there's somebody living there, obviously they just totally destroy them. It seems like they're pretty adamant about nobody else living on this server. So if I want to live on this server, which I do, because I'm here, because I'm not a chicken shit, so I don't run away. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to clear my throat in your ear there. Thought I had you all muted. Okay. Goodness gracious. Well, let's yeet off the top of here. Jump off of there so that the Castroids doesn't take fall damage. So I don't take fall damage. Okay, come here, you little shit. Why does it take so long for these things to start following me? It's really very obnoxious. Interesting. There don't really seem to be any good places to build around here. I've never really explored in this particular area for building locations. But with all these cliff sides and stuff, you really kind of expect like a little cubby somewhere, you know? There doesn't seem to be anything. So sad. Too bad. So sad. Alright, well, let's go get in the water here. Just getting in the water so I can move a little more quickly here. Honestly, I suppose might be kind of cheeky over here. There's a little pool of water over here. I don't know how enclosed it is, or how much of an overhang any of this has. That's a pretty decent overhang right here. Maybe, because you could only really see it from this side over here. Of course, that would be mostly the side you'd be looking from. But still. Or I could build it up against this wall. Probably not the best spot. Somebody will probably see it. Who knows? Let's go look around at some of these different rock outcroppings out here. See if maybe one of them's got a little space underneath it. It's not a great area to try and put a base, but because of that, it's also not an area you would want to spend a lot of time scouting. We pretty much know where all the base areas are. least all the good base areas. So, you know, you're gonna go scout those places. You're gonna look for bases that are just straight up out in the open. You're not really looking for bases that are in places that nobody builds bases in. There's a text transmitter underneath here, under the water. Easy underwater cave is right down below there. Their tech trans is poking out. Probably not going to be a spot here. That's too bad. Now let's go inland a little bit. I kind of came over this way on purpose. I wanted to come more south. The southern half of the island has fewer dangerous creatures roaming about. And since I'm just out on asteroids right now, figured that'd be a good idea. I could move quicker just by myself, but ultimately the asteroids just kind of creates additional hit points for me. And gives me a little bit of a distraction. So if I do get caught out by a scary creature, I can just bail and let the asteroids die. And escape just fine on my own. We could also maybe go see about a base in the Redwoods. That sounds like it could be fun. Inside one of those logs or something. Oh, Arno. Oh no, not a microraptor. We're just gonna keep heading right down here towards this water. The microraptors stun you and knock you off of your mount when they hit you. They're incredibly annoying. But we get down to this water here. I can swim real fast. This is actually a place that I've always wanted to build a base. It's right around this pool, but there just aren't any good spots. Is that a tickle chicken? That is a tickle chicken. That thing'll mess me up. Oh. Got overweighted. Got it. Got it. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo.
The Eutyrannus sievus is believed to be related to the Tyrannosaurus rex, but it is noticeably different upon first glance. Feathered creatures are not necessarily viewed as dangerous predators in the same light as other theropods. However, the Eutyrannus strikes fear into even the island's most skilled hunters. There are few wild predators that are able to pack hunt alongside the generally hostile Carnotaurus, like the Eutyrannus does, with such ease. It is also the only creature I've seen to consistently induce a state of panic in opponents with its roar. Upon hearing it, most creatures in the area will flee for safety. A domesticated Eutyrannus can be a powerful offensive or defensive addition to war parties. With its mighty roar, it can induce fear in opposing creatures. Meanwhile, Eutyrannus can be trained to develop a confidence-boosting battle cry, which counteracts enemy attempts to induce fear, while also bolstering the resolve of allies, and may even draw wild Carnotaurus to its aid. These unique leadership qualities make the Eutyrannus a versatile and, at times, a necessary creature to have on your side during large-scale confrontations.
Oh, we're kind of getting into a little bit of the swamp here. Gotta be careful. Get attacked by a freaking capro. Hold off my mount. We're just heading back up towards the redwoods here. See if maybe I can find a good spot there. Oh shoot, do we actually have Dinosuchus now? We do actually have the Dinosuchus now, that's crazy. I didn't realize that. They've added so many dinos to ASA. They are really trying to get people to play this game over ASE. That's kind of funny. Okay, just straight across here and we can go into the redwoods. Oh, there's a froggy. Yeesh. Woods are spammed off good. Of course, this is right over here near where the swamp cave is. That's probably why it's so spammed off. Maybe we'll just go around. They did deforest the redwoods, that's absolutely true. Let me out. Running around on my casteroids. Honestly, this is fairly entertaining. Why am I drowning? That made no sense, but okay. Sure. Well, I'm riding on top of the casteroids in the water. I can't breathe. Makes perfect sense. Thank you, ARK. Ooh, it's a sheep. This is what I'm talking about, though. The scale of this game seems so much larger when you're running around on, like, a beaver compared to when you're flying around on, you know, an Argentavis or especially the faster creatures like the wyverns. Everything seems so much bigger this way. And honestly, it looks much better because you can't see super far into the distance. So everything that you can see is sort of in render. Except for maybe way over there. So most of the time, you're seeing a very interesting view. A very complete view. Instead of when you're out on the flyers, you know, you see a lot of bare land. Am I already where I think I am? Not yet. Quite a ways further, in fact. Pretty much every cave in this game has an artifact in it. So I can't really claim any of the big caves or go down into them and try and like build a base. Because they're likely all boarded up and stuff. I seriously doubt that the Alpha tribe here is letting anybody come here to get artifacts. That doesn't seem like a thing they would do. Was a bear. Run from the bear. See, so this is kind of what I'm talking about. Nobody really goes in these. So I wonder if I could get away with building a little base in there. Because especially down on this other end, it's actually pretty fat. Just for a little while, you know? Doesn't have to last very long. Couple of days. I probably shouldn't destroy the trees right next to it. Let's just see here. Okay, can I please get some fiber? Holy fuck knuckles. Alright, let's see. Just want to find out if it's even possible to build inside of here. If it is, then we'll go ham. Oh no. Oh no, I pissed off the Trudons. Apparently they didn't chase me though. Stupid ass Diplodocus. Don't you bounce me, you little shithead. Ah. How sad you can't build in these. I wonder if I could like build outside and then just build a row of ceilings over the top. No. No building there. That's fine. Honestly, would have been much more entertaining if you were still able to build inside of those. Ooh, I know a spot. I know a real good spot. Pretty out of the way, pretty small. There's a Gigantoraptor. Diplo does want the smoke. Dude, I freaking hate Diplos. What a bunch of useless creatures. Let's see, what's over here? Got some weird sound going on there. Berry chilling up on the ceiling there. Alright. Because apparently if I'm out of the water, I drown. Totally makes sense, dude. Totally makes sense. Whoops. I didn't realize that I was actually still in the path that I was trying to go. I have explored a ridiculous amount of this map on the back of a Castroids. I've been riding this Castroids around for like an hour straight. This is honestly kind of freaking ridiculous. But I'm in it now. This is happening. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, it's a raptor. You leave my Castroids alone. Castroids poops on you. Haha. Today has just been the comedy of errors. I can't believe how badly today has gone. Ooh, hang on. What's back in here? Not enough over the top blockage there. That was almost a nice little spot to drop a little 2x2. Did I get my Castroids trapped in here? No! Speaking of the comedy of errors. Come on, buddy. You can do it. shite. Guess you're staying there, bud. I must leave my companion behind. Press forward. Into the thick jungle. In search of my home. When the mesh is all stupid looking like this, it just seems like it's going to be a fake wall to me. Like it's a curtain and I can just walk through it. Every time I'm disappointed. Running amok, running amok. Man, this game is interesting on foot. Hello? No. You get away from me, you nerd. So this is kind of where I was looking at basing. It was just right over here. Because there are... I'm knocking over trees over here. There are a couple of places over here. You can get inside. Hang on. Might actually be up here. And do just a little bit of building. I didn't know that this existed. Oh, it's open on this side. Oh, okay. Never mind. Even still, because of the limited nature of my needs, there's a bee over here. Ruh-roh. Run from the bee. Okay, there's a way down inside one of these areas here. It's not very large. Is that it right there? I think that's it right there. Have to go around to that side. Go through here. Gosh darn it. I swear there's a way down in here. Need to go get some drink real quick. Alright, got some water. I could have sworn there was a little cubby in here somewhere that you could get down into. Doesn't look like there is, though. Can you imagine if you could get back inside of here or something? Probably get a nice little 1x2 in there. Mm-hmm. Still might be worth it to build over here. Was down underneath here where this stego was at. Maybe I could find a extra tiny little corner. I think probably all the way back up in this. It's right here, breaks. Build a little 2x2 here, right? I mean, it's not a great spot, but it's got quite a bit of overhead cover. You'd have to pretty specifically come down here and look in order to find it, and I'm not saying that nobody will, or that it's a defensible position, but for a couple of days, might go unobserved. And that's really what we're looking for, is just a couple of days. It's fairly close to where I can get some RGs. So I can just go get an RG pretty quick. You have to worry about anything like defenses or anything like that. The goal will be just to have a base that's out of the way enough that nobody who would be looking for it will see it. Let's give it a jerk face. Do these rocks give more flint? I think I'm getting a lot of flint. 50 more stone. Make my first smithy. Oh, is that only 3 of those? Okay. Now 60 more stone. And now 25 stone for a smith. I think I said for my first smithy. I meant for my first forge. I don't know why I get forge and smithy mixed up. But I just do. So let's put this back in here. Doesn't quite want to take that 4th one. So more stone and wood. We're going to make ourselves a little ceiling and a ramp. We're just going to live on our little 2x2 here. Having to have the ramp is pretty bad because it is going to increase the profile by a pretty significant amount. But what are you going to do? Ceiling here. Let's see where we can get this ramp. Oh, there we go. I do like having the ramp back in there. Perfect. So just from that perspective right there, it's very, very obvious that there's a base here. You would have to be looking from that direction specifically. The other thing that may end up giving us away, drink the water butt face. The other thing that may end up giving us away is just the flames from the forges. Let's get these back in here as far as we can. And then I just want to go see. It's nighttime right now. I'm going to light this forge up. So there's a little bit of light transfers out here to this wall, which from up there you'd be able to see. So that does generate some visibility. But from this side, which is where I was actually pretty concerned about, it doesn't look like it's casting any sort of a glow. You would have to be down at this level to see those forges. And they would have to be running. So it is far from ideal. But I think we'll probably make it a day or two here. That's what I'm going to aim for. I was supposed to be getting stone, not wood. Dum-dum. And then we'll go craft a mortar pestle. And we need more hide and more stone. More forges. Let's do this stone thing. But I needed my inventory for food. Oh, I didn't realize these had durability. I remember now. I had forgotten that saddles have durability in Ascended, which is insane. That must make soaking bases a nightmare. Definitely makes things like reapers and stuff like that that don't require saddles much stronger again. Sort of a sideways buff to creatures that don't need a saddle, which is cool. Do I have what it takes to make any bolas? Here we go. And then I need to make a regular bow. Crossbow's almost out. We're gonna kill this Biomia here. Where is the poo pig? There's my poo pig. Good deal. Biomias are so good for hide. Hopefully I can get enough fiber standing right here. Make a couple of these. I can't move. Alright, that should be good. Okay. Let's put some stuff in here. Just need some wood to repair that. Actually, let's pull some of this stuff out. Figure out what I need for a bed here. Because I am way off the beaten path here. And there are not any teleports super nearby, so we need some more wood and some more hide. Break out my stone here. Make another boulder. There was another Phiomia right over here a second ago. There we go. Let's take this bad boy down. Take him down, chop him up. Get this Maganura too. Get some chitin out of it. Crap. Found it. Nope, that's not it. Well, it looks like I'm not going to be getting that Maganura. What we got here? Alright. Just need a little more wood now. Pair up my thing. Maybe seeing about going and getting another Argentavis. I think I'll put my storage over here in this corner. This is super hidden. See if I can't drop a couple of storage boxes over here. Or maybe in this corner. Yeah, they'd be too visible through there. Maybe just right back up here will be alright. We'll see. Repair that. Perfect. Perfect, that's more than enough. Marmar 418 has joined the ARK. Let's see. Split all. Let's go over here. We're going to move all of this regular meat, full stack meat in here. Then we'll just move one back and it'll auto stack. And then we split all. We move one over and it auto stacks. Oh, darn. That's the lowest run right there. Split all. Stack. Split all. Stack. They also take the timer of whatever stack you stack them into. Where's the full stack? Oh, there it is. And this is how you quickly get a whole bunch. Of raw meat. Instead of waiting for an extremely long time. Need 2 more arrows here. I'm gonna wait for this meat to spoil. We've got 1 more minute. While we're waiting on that, put some stuff away. Actually going to take the RG saddle out because I am going to go get an RG right now. Five more seconds. Hey, Southie D, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Sorry, I was a little focused up there for a second. Wasn't paying attention. How are you? What are you getting up to today? It's like I'm listening to. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's funny. Nope, still haven't covered up the dump truck. Look at that thing. Looks like a diaper full of poop. Nobody wants me to cover up the dump truck. Dump truck's too good. If you got it, flaunt it. You know what I mean? Alright, we're gonna run up over this way and see if we can't find us Argentavis. Hey, there's an Argentavis. Level 35 Argentavis. Do I want a level 35? No. Ooh, there's a level 50. Alright, let's get the level 50. Come here, Argentavis. You aggroed from much further than I expected. Swoop. Oops. Okay. Get your little booty back here, dude. Get swooped. Fall down. You're tamed. Yeah. Oop. Don't you dare attack me. You little buttface. Oops. That's right. You wanna come down here? Act like you all big and tough? Better be able to back that attitude up, buddy. Otherwise you're gonna end up tame. Booyah. Double the fun. Only a level 35 and a level 50. But that'll be good enough to go pick up my Castroids and my ankly source. Oh, thank goodness the colors finally come back. Gee, bus. We'll get our Anki and our Casteroids. Get them over into the base, get some decent metal smelt going on. And then we'll probably need to go ahead and try and find a pump shot EVP. Because we can get a pump shot EVP, get a good pump shotty, get lots of shotgun shells, and get a decent stego. That's all we need to be able to get people to help us do the bosses to prep this character for Extinction. You can pretty much do every boss on the back of a stego with a shotgun. At least you can do every boss well enough from the back of a stego with a shotgun that, you know, if you're running with a group that is already set up and already knows how to do it, then you're at least going to be useful and not a detriment to the boss fight. And you're not going to die sitting on the back of your stego, most likely, unless you're just an idiot. Which I am frequently, and I may die than once. But likely, if I can get tributes farmed up, so I need to get a bug. Or, yeah, bug will be better. Because I can kill things underwater with the bug. But I need to get a bug. So I'll need to tame like a decent level paracer. And then go tame me up a bug. And that will allow me to get tributes. And I think I'm not gonna go after the wyvern. Because going after the wyvern would kind of accomplish the same thing as going after a bug. So I'll just get myself a bug. And then I'll maybe transfer over to a scorched earth. Something I'm interested in. I wonder if Quetzals are big enough that they can give birth to bugs. Because that would be a fun way to protect my taming bug or my breeding bug, would be to get a Quetzal impregnated and just fly it way up to Skycap or something. Just leave it up there for the hour or whatever that it takes. And then when the baby spawned, it wouldn't even fall because it wouldn't be rendered. So then I could fly up and render it, and it would fall down. And then I could claim it up. At least I think that's how it would work. Who knows? We'll just use a parasaur or something. Or a stego. Pretty sure stegos are big enough. Not a parasaur, a paracer. I think that'll be good. Goodness, have we been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes already? That's what's up. That is what is up. This is why I like survival games. I could stream a survival game all day. All day, all day. Because I can play these games all day. And got no problem with it. I like it. And all my time running around playing ARK. It's only 10 o'clock. Shoot. I got all kinds of time left today. Let's go see. What's going on? Good old ARK. The only game where you can spend hours just standing here watching things that are unconscious, eat food, and actually be enjoying yourself. This legitimately entertains me. Oh, I'm so glad to be back on a survival game. I don't believe that I didn't realize that that was the big difference between Once Human and the other games that I was playing, that I was having so much trouble sticking to. Was just that it's all about the fact that it's this survival style. I like building a base. Even if I build very utilitarian bases, it entertains me to build a base. I like taming things. I actually think that that was probably one of the things that sort of made me not enjoy Once Human, was that there was no real taming system or anything like that. And the vehicle system was just extremely lackluster. I feel like Once Human would have ended up being a much better game overall if they didn't have any sort of fast travel and their vehicle system was more interesting. I feel like things would have gone even better. Not that I'm saying that that game is dying or dead or anything like that. That game still has quite the following. So lots and lots of people watching and playing on Once Human. It just doesn't quite have enough things for me to be doing to keep me all the way entertained. Their creature system just doesn't really... What's going on over here? Really? A level 5 saber wants to mess with my tame? Get dookied on, dude. Brought my taming effectiveness down to 42%. What a butt face. Now I'm only getting +7 levels. What am I gonna do with myself? Are any of the maps out yet that have trees that just give charcoal when you cut them down? I don't think they are they? That's too bad. Gonna have to get just some regular wood and stick it in the cooker so I can get some charcoal. That's okay, we'll have a casteroids, and I mean, we're only gonna have 3 regular forges going. Over the course of a couple of days, we can make, hundreds of bullets. And that's all we're gonna be using our charcoal for, is just some shotgun shells. So we're really not gonna be needing all that much in the charcoal department. Honestly, I probably could have just hand farmed all this stuff as long as it's taken me to try and get everything set up with an Anki and a Casteroids and all that stuff. As much as I've been getting set back, I'd have just found a hole somewhere and packed everything with my hands. I probably would have been doing alright. Probably wouldn't have even had to worry about it. That's fine. I don't mind. Alright, one more eat for that dude. We're gonna make the long trek across the map to go get my Anki. Then we'll get the Casteroids. And we'll be happy campers. That's a lie. I'm never happy. There's always something else I need. Little yellow patchy. Come on, you stupid burb. Eat your food. Your food. Nice. Alright. We're just gonna wait for this other one. And this one that I'm riding right now, because it's already... It's got really low weight, really low stamina. I mean, it's just really low stats. Because it's the lowest here, I'm just gonna level stam in this one. And this is gonna be like my getting around RG. And then I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go pick up my Anki. When I come back, this other RG should be all done. And then I'll pump weight in that other RG. And that'll be my farming stuff RG. We should be all good to go. RGs. It's some, Yep, other RGs all done. Get some farm in, and then we'll start thinking about getting a shotgun BP. Because even in Prim Flak, you'd be alright in most of the bosses. Because you're honestly not going to take very much damage on the back of a stego. So those are really unimportant. Black BPs are. But I definitely need a shoddy BP. And maybe some black BPs if I want to go try and like do Rockwell on my own, which is maybe a possibility if I get a good enough shotty. I'm pretty sure you can solo Alpha Rockwell with a cap shotty. But not 100% sure. Ooh, some shotgun shells and some hard poly. What's up? Nice. Jingle bells, shotgun shells. Let's level up the stam here. Jingle bells, shotgun shells. Oh, you know what I just realized? I lost my 2 trikes. That makes me kind of sad. I liked my trikes. They weren't anything to phone home about, but I did like them. They were nice. About breeding, with the most high-rated stat, can I pick any level wild and use with a high level to breed, or does it both have to be high levels? So the way it works is any 2 creatures of the same type with different genders can breed. So any male RG can mate with any female RG. It doesn't matter what levels, but they have a chance of taking either of the parent's stats. So say I had a male RG that had 44 points in melee and a female RG that was really low level that only had 10 points in melee. Because the 44 point stat is higher, there's a 60% chance that the offspring will have the 44 melee stat. And there's a 40% chance that it'll have the 10 melee stat of the mother. So you do get a higher chance to get the better stat, but it is pretty close to a 50-50. So the best way to do mutation breeding is you breed with your full statted male into what's called 0-0 females. And that gives you females that have the stats of the male, but from their female side, they don't have any mutations, so they still have the ability to be mutated. So you take your good mutated male, you breed it with some 0-0 females until you get females with all of your male stats, and then you breed the male with your females with your male stats, and then everything that you get at that point has all of your good stats, so they're usable, but you have a chance at getting a mutation on those stats, or a better chance of getting a mutation on those stats. I'm totally going to die right here because I wasn't paying attention. But if you're just trying to breed a little bit so that you have an imprinted dino that has your good stat on it, then absolutely breed it with anything, and then just wait for one to come out with the good stat, and then you should be good to go. Do I have what I need to make a parachute? No, I don't. Okay, well, here's to dying. Holy crap, I didn't die. Goodness gracious. I'm still almost out of stamina. Let's go fill up the stamina. Let's not do that again. It is going to take you some time, though. if you're breeding with a low-level female and a high-level male, or a high-level female and a low-level male, the likelihood of getting all of the stats that you want from the higher-level creature is pretty limited, and the more stats that you want, the worse your chances are. So, you know, if you want an attack dino, you want stamina, melee, health, and maybe even a little weight. So, what's 3 stats that you want from your high-level dino? So you run into the problem where you have to get that 60-40 3 times on the same creature. Which, as you might imagine, is not exactly likely. So you're probably going to have to breed, you know, say 6, 7, 8 times before you're actually going to get all of your stats to line up the way you want them to. And then you imprint and you get your 25% boost, and then you have a pretty decent dino. High tier mutation breeding is fucking complicated though. Stupid heartbeat sound. Here's hoping that I don't accidentally run across that nerd on his wyvern again. Freaking hate that guy. What a butt face. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes made of ticky-tacky. Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes all the same. Going too high again. Well, alrighty then. That was super cool. I kind of want to scream. Thank you. Another female gotta be base points with like each male that has to breed. Yeah, I should make parachutes. That's something I'm really bad about. Just as a general rule, once I get up and running, and I'm actually planning on fighting people when I see them, then I'll just make a ton of parachutes and then just bring a stack with me as part of my kit. But I've always been really bad about the early game. I can't believe twice now today I've had creatures anti-mesh like that because of that stupid volcano. I'm just never going near that volcano again. I'm over it. Whole kit just gone. Do I have what I need to make another RG saddle? Yeah, buddy, Quizza. Yeah, buddy. I ain't messing around anymore. Now that I'm back on a survival game, and something that I can really just spend all my time on, my streams are going to go back to being much longer now. Don't quite have enough keratin and chitin. I need about another 70. And I need another 121. Okay. All the way back to the start again. This is getting old, let me tell you. Pull that down, pull that down, pull that down. Was to sleep, but ended up listening to older songs, trying to sleep again. Go to bed. You'll make me sing you a lullaby. I should have made bolas. I can't actually just run around whacking this thing to kill it. Maybe I can, actually. Apparently I can. Where'd all the Meganeras go? Get your ass back over here. Got it. Where's that other one at? Oh, just saw somebody on a wyvern over there. Oh no, that's just an RG flying in the sky. Birds flying high. You know how I feel. Birds in the sky. You know how I feel. Just need a little more chitin. I could find one of those other Meganeras. Might be in business. Maybe if I go head out towards the shore, I'll find, ooh, nice chitin drones. Alright. Definitely got me enough of everything here. Let's make us another RG saddle. Let's saddle up our other RG. Our Anki is apparently still alive, so it didn't get anti-meshed, which is great. We'll go get our Anki. And maybe... just maybe, this nightmare day will end. Although I doubt it very, very much. Alright, at least it was the lower level one that died. We're still going to be doing weight on this one. Stamina's alright. Away we go. Let's just go ahead and get the Castroids first, since it's right here. It's stuck in this stupid hole that I can't get it out of. Let's go, you stupid beaver. Time to eat some meats. Level up another weight. And fly away. Come fly with me. Let's fly away. The RGs didn't used to have the problem where if you flew around too long on them and they ran out of stamina, they wouldn't fly all the way down to the ground. It used to just be pteranodons were like the only creatures that wouldn't just fly all the way straight down to the ground. I don't know why RGs started doing it with ASA. But in ASE it was just pteranodons. Oh, I lost all that hard poly. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Gonna get this Anki. Gonna happen. Of course, I'm gonna get it back to my base, and then it's gonna be about time to call this stream quits. I need to... Ooh, it's a yellow Quetzal. Need to get my stamina back before I go look at what level that thing is. I need to come up with something to do when I need to take a break from the game, but I don't want my stream to be over. Because, like, I want to take about an hour, hour and a half break, and then I want to play some more. I don't just want to leave the stream running for an hour and a half. I don't want to just start another stream that's only maybe going to be 3 or 4 hours long. I don't know. It's white with a ring, or yellow? This is yellow with a ring. Nice. Ooh, look at all them metal structures. And a C4 blueprint. Not that I'll ever be making more than 1,000 C4 at a time. Oh. A heavy pistol BP. It's super expensive. May be able to come up with a use for this. Alright, let's go get this Anki. You're super cool, Stego. Only level 35 though, you suck. Alright. Out around the outside. Go down even further here. I'm about to run out of my stam. Actually, I think we're, all I'm going to be doing is flying my creatures back to base and then calling it quits. Because that's a solid 8-hour stream right there. So, I'm just going to call it quits now. Because there's no reason to just keep you all sitting here watching while I pack things up. So, thanks everybody for coming by and hanging out. And I hope everybody has a great day. Thanks everybody who was new coming out to the channel. Saying what's up, being in the chat. I really appreciate that stuff. So don't forget to follow or subscribe over on YouTube or Twitch. I do the multi-stream. So pick your poison, whichever platform you prefer to watch on. I'm always on both. Yeah. Thanks again. I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you all on the next one.